When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این
شادی کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته
47 years we've been bleeding in the dark, under the shadow of the Islamic regime, with a stone-cold heart. They silenced our voices, they turned off our light. 58 days without internet, but we still fought the night. Our children took the streets, they raised their empty hands, and the world looked away. Do you understand? Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? Do you feel anything at all? Or did something break inside you while Iran answered the call? Do you know Europe? 42,000 lives, 2 days, that's all it took. Mothers and fathers and sons, did you even look? We stand with Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, our hope and voice. Millions behind him marching, he is our only choice. He only fights for freedom, democracy and human rights. But you mock him in your chambers while he fights for our lives, to pull us out of this darkness, this century-long night, while you sign deals with our killers and call it diplomatic right. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? They hang 60, 40 souls one by one, hanged within 4 months by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? Do you feel anything at all? Or did something break inside you while Iran answered the call? Do you know Europe? What happened to you, Europe? What made you so cold? What turned your heart to stone? while our story went untold. Is oil worth more than blood? Is silence worth the shame? Because while you negotiate with murderers, we are dying, calling your name. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? We are still here. We are still strong. Do you know Europe? How much longer? How much longer? How long? Do you know Europe?
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه رو زبونم اسم شاه بگینین عشق بی انتفاست هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو بگو از بخت مادرها چیر زنا و دختران بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست
همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم بالا و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی منم همون هوادار قدیم
سید سلام چطوری مردک کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک سلام به محفل قرآنیتون سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت ساکتش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم ایران مردمش وطن پرستن از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک بیرسی توف به هر چی مرسی است توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نسلی هست سر کردستان همه برپا شدن بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلی ها تنها شدن شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن رخه رو بگید اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه برن سلامتی نوش کنن و آبادی باشه لحظت کجاست میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا
فاهنگ به این خوشگلی با نو آیده بود اسم یه مشخواهن رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم با نو آیده
Let's go. میخوام بگم از دلم، از عشق به این میهنم، به امید روز شکست دشمن شاه برمیگرده به وطن. برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو همشهری شاه رضا پهلوی. نظام رسیده پرتگاه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه. برگشت شاه به میهن، دوای درد وطن. این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده. داره میاد پهلوی، زجه بزن سید علی. راه نجات وطن، پهلوی هموطن. ایران میشه گلستان، شاه که بیاد به ایران. ایران که شاه نداره، حساب کتاب نداره. آخون باید گم بشه، توپ تانک فشفشه. گم شو بیرون اجنبی، داره میاد پهلوی. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. ما شاه میخوایم نه ملا، بذار بشنوه دنیا. ایرانی داد بزن، شاه تو فریاد بزن. برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی. بلند بگو هموطن، شاه رضا پهلوی. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. بلند بگو جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه. بلند بگو جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن خواه.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area in the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Thank you, Trump, for the strength and the lead. Thank you, Bibi, for the words and the deed. The iron fist has crumbled. The tyrant's time is through. What we thought was impossible is finally coming true. The eagles and the stars, the red and the white, and the rising lions will end this long bitter night. Khamenei died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. To the IDF and the US, brave and bold. A story of liberation that will forever be told. You finished the job, you broke every chain. You washed away decades of blood and of pain. The IRGC is a ghost of the past. The freedom of the lion is here at long last. Khamenei died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. King Rizza Pahlavi, our hope and our light. He got us to greatness, you led us from night. The leader of our future, the heart of our land. With him as our leader, democracy will stand. No more mullahs, no more fear. The golden age of Iran is finally here. Khamenei died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day.
Well, Durud, patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 182 of Iran Revolution Live. Now, before I continue, let me just put my flags back in place because, I was having a little bit too much fun with all my flags. So I just want to put my flags back. There's the beautiful flag of Israel. I'm Israel Chai. This is of course, the Canadian maple leaf because I'm Canadian and a proud Canadian. And here is the beautiful flag of America. God bless America. And by the way, happy 4th of July. Did you miss me, guys? I missed you guys so much. I missed all of you. And there is so much happening right now, so much going on. So I apologize for starting Iran Revolution Live a little bit later today, but don't worry because today is a special edition of Iran Revolution Live. And I'm not going to end Iran Revolution Live in just 2 hours. We're going to keep going. because there is so much footage that I have to share with you. And the reason that I was not live streaming is because I was actually away, for the global call for action on July 4th. I was actually in Ottawa on that day, following the orders of the leader of the Iranian National Lion and Sun Revolution, His Royal Highness. Some people call him the Crown Prince. I call him the Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. That's why I was away. So I do apologize, but I'm so happy to be back. And boy, do I have a show for all of you. So, get settled in, grab a drink, some snacks, some popcorn, whatever. I'm drinking some sugar-free Red Bull in my Fereydun Farrokhzad coffee mug because Fereydun Farrokhzad is my moral support, gives me comfort and gives me energy, Bapish, right? There you go. But it's really, really great to be back and get settled in. And I just want to say, so because I'm going to be doing an extended version of Iran Revolution Live, I'm going to be going through the super chats and the super comments about probably like every hour or so. So, keep the questions and comments coming and I will get to them at the top of the hour. So we'll go to your questions and comments in about 45 minutes and then we'll continue with the show. So that's how we're going to do today's special extended live stream edition of the funeral of Khamenei Margesh به درک رفت. So anyways, let's get started. Can I just say, God bless America. I'm Israel Chai. The only reason that we Iranians are basically celebrating the extermination of the modern day version of Hitler is because of you. So thank you. Thank you, America. Thank you, Israel. We will never, ever forget what you've done. And I know that you have a lot of questions about the footage and the videos you've seen because, of course, the, fake stream media and, certain influencers, right? Like, did I actually see footage of Jackson Hinkle? I actually literally saw footage of Jackson Hinkle in occupied Iran, and they turned him into a water boy. Jackson Hinkle was there, and they were making him give out water to people. Guys, that is like one of the most humiliating things to happen, right? Did you guys see that footage? I'm sure I have it in the list, but guys, it's wild. Like, all of the regime supporters are in occupied Iran, and the Islamic regime is literally humiliating them. And Jackson Hinkle is so stupid. And by the way, I blocked Jackson Hinkle on X years ago, right? Because the guy's literally like a fake, right? Like he's basically a grifter. And the Islamic regime knows that. So Jackson Hinkle goes to Iran because he thinks, oh, I'm an important person. I'm going to go and I'm going to have the VIP treatment. As soon as he gets there, they force the infidel to hand out water to everyone who's showing up. Guys, remember I told you, if you're an infidel, you're not human. They don't see you as human if you're an infidel. And I wonder how Jackson Hinkle is going to explain that. But anyways, let's get started because we have a wild and crazy show. I'm going to begin with a lot of questions that you all have about how many people actually attended the funeral of the dead supreme dictator Khamenei Margesh. How many people? Because some people are saying 30 million, some people are saying 20 million, some people are saying 50 million. You know what? Let's assume it was like 3 billion people. Guys, 3 billion people attended the funeral of Khamenei. And I have the proof for you. Oh my gosh, this is so good. This is so good. And by the way, that's 3 billion Iranians, okay? Even though there's only 90 million Iranians in total, both inside and outside of occupied Iran, okay? So the total like population of Iranians is 90 million, okay? Inside or outside of occupied Iran. And remember, only about 5% of Iranians within occupied Iran support the Islamic regime. So 5%, you know, let's be generous. Let's be generous. 5% of 90 million is 4.5 million. Okay. So that means the Islamic regime has 4.5 million Iranian supporters, right? Like ethnic Iranians, okay? I'm not talking about the, you know, Palestinian supporters. I'm not talking about like the Hezbollah supporters. I'm not talking about like the, you know, Iraqi supporters in Najaf. I'm not talking about the Pakistanis or Bangladesh or, you know, whatever. Like I'm not talking, or the Afghanis, right? Like I'm not talking about like the third world hellhole jihadi right supporters. I don't care about them because they're not Iranian. But the actual number of supporters of the Islamic regime, the Iranian supporters, is about 5%. So, and 5% is being generous. So that's, you know, roughly 4.5 million. Okay. 4.5 million. Let's round it up. Let's say 5 million. Okay. So out of a total ethnic population around the world and in Iran of 90 million Iranians, 5 million support the Islamic regime. That means 85 million don't support the Islamic regime. And yet the Islamic regime is claiming that, like 20 million, 30 million, I don't know, 10 billion, you know, let's say 10 billion supporters attended the funeral of Khamenei, right? Yeah, okay. Let's look at this footage of the so-called Iranians who attended the Islamic regime funeral of the dead garbage supreme dictator Khamenei Khabar Margesh. And remember, guys, because the entire last week, every single live stream that I had, I mentioned and I said the Islamic regime is importing their non-Iranian supporters from third world countries in Africa, right? Uganda, Nigeria, right? These are, by the way, those are the same jihadi Shia Muslims that are participating in the Nigerian, genocide of Christians, right? Those same jihadis that are engaging in the Nigerian genocide of Christians, yeah, those are supporters of the Islamic regime. So the Islamic regime is like bringing them in. The Islamic regime is bringing in the Afghans, they're bringing in the Iraqis, they're bringing in the Pakistanis, the Bangladeshis, the Ugandans, the Palestinians, they're bringing in Hezbollah, they're bringing in like all these non-Iranians, right? In order to make the crowd look bigger. Because they know that they have less than 5% support inside of occupied Iran. And this is so awkward. But you know what? Let's just dive right into it. And before we get into it, if you're watching this live, let me know in the comments. Let me turn on the comments here. Let me know in the comments, where are you tuning in from? Because I'm always interested to know where our viewers are watching from and how global our Iran Revolution Live community is. And if you're watching this after the fact, let me know in the video comments. Oh my gosh, so many Americans! Happy 4th of July to all of you. Happy 250th anniversary to America. Oh my gosh, we have Italy, Israel, New Mexico. Wow, Israel, I'm Israel. Hi. Oh, I love that. Oh my gosh. So great. All right. Guys, okay, let's get started. This is so good. This is so good. I honestly, I can't. Like, this is just, I can't, but okay. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look, so, okay, this is where we need the hashtag Goldie is always right. Because I told you guys last week, the Islamic regime is literally bringing in jihadis from third world African countries like Uganda and others, right? I mean, Nigeria wasn't a third world country until the Muslims showed up and they started jihad, right? Because Nigerian Christians are educated and, highly, like Nigerian Christians are fantastic, but they're dealing with literally being genocided by the Muslim invaders, right? But anyway, so look at this. This video literally starts off with this African guy who's like literally missing teeth. And he's from Uganda. Literally, the dude is... So the Islamic regime imported third world jihadis from Uganda to attend the funeral of Khamenei because there's not enough Iranians. Anyways, okay. Let's just watch. Look at him. Look at his face. Anyways. Yeah. Let's just begin the freak. Let's begin the freak show of the funeral of Khamenei, right?
I'm from Uganda.
Oh, look. So okay, I want to be very clear. The flag of India. So remember, I told you. I said Bangladesh, Pakistan. Now, India is a different situation because India, right? The Hindu Indians, right? Like the original Indians with the original culture and religion, they are currently fighting the jihad and the Islamic invasion of the Muslim Indians, right? Because the Muslim Indians were conquered by the Arabs. And so the Muslim Indians have basically forgotten their roots, okay? So when you see the flag of India, this is not all Indians because the Indian people, and I'm talking about the original Indian people, right? Like the authentic Indian people, the ones who have the Hindu culture. Hindu Indians and, Iranians, we are united. This flag, this is symbolizing the Muslim Indians, the ones in like the northern part of India, and they're responsible for a lot of terrorist attacks against Hindu Indians, okay? And those like Muslim Indians, they're basically rootless, right? Like they've forgotten their culture, they've forgotten their values, right? So, because Islam is not native to India, those people who live in India, who are Indians, who are Muslim, they were conquered by the Arabs like thousands of years ago, and they never fought back. So, the reason that like Pakistani and Bangladeshi and like Indian Muslims are even more radical than Arab Muslims is because they were colonized, they were conquered. They basically, like the Arab Muslim colonizers, they erased their identity. So for these people in Bangladesh and Pakistan and northern India, their only identity is Islam. That's why like they're even more radical, right? Like they take Durkha to like the next level because that's all they have. Their only identity is Islam because they've forgotten their roots, they've forgotten their culture. And because their only identity is Islam and jihad, they engage in a lot of terrorism against the, regular, normal Hindu Indian people who resisted colonization by by the Arab Muslim conquerors. So all of these like rootless people who've forgotten their true Indian culture, language, heritage, religion, they're all coming because they literally all worship Khamenei, right? So yeah, so I just wanted to be like Pakistan 100%. Pakistan is 100% Durka. Pakistan is literally the fakest country in the world. Okay, when you want to talk about the two-state solution, right? So, the two-state solution where people are like, oh, let's like, break off a part of a country for religious purposes or whatever, right? You know how they say that about Israel and Gaza? Yeah, the two-state solution already happened in India back in 1947. And Pakistan, which is literally the fakest country in the world, was invented in 1947 by the British people, because the British people were like, okay, well, yeah, let's try out the two-state solution. Let's give the Indian Muslims their own country. So they gave the Indian Muslims, the conquered Muslims, the ones who are rootless, right, the ones who forgot their identity and culture and heritage, they gave them their own country, and then Pakistan immediately. By the way, so here's what's really interesting. So Pakistan is actually a Persian word. Pak means pure, and stan means land of. So Pakistan means land of the pure. So these Durka jihadi Muslims, when they were creating their fake country, they named their country the land of the pure. Why did they name their country the land of the pure? Because they were like, we are a Muslim country and Islam is pure. So anyone who's not Muslim is impure. So this is why, and I don't like calling them Pakistani Christians, because Pakistan is fake, right? But there are a lot of religious minorities that live in Pakistan. Pakistan used to be part of India. And all these religious minorities, right, like Indian Christians and, Buddhists and, Hindus and whatever, they are heavily persecuted by the Pakistani Muslims because they're not pure, right? So keep that in mind. Pakistan literally means land of the pure, because the jihadis literally believe that in order to have a pure country, it can only be Islam, only Muslims, right? Keep that in mind. Especially when President Trump says that, Pakistan is a great ally. Really? The country that named itself after the purity of Islam and is literally engaging in jihad or against, Indian Christians, Indian Buddhists, Indian Hindus, that country's your greatest ally? Yeah, okay, sure. Anyway, someone needs to send that to President Trump. But anyway, so there we go. And oh, by the way, and then Bangladesh. So here's a quick history of Bangladesh. So when the two-state solution happened, when the fake country of Pakistan was created, Bangladesh was a part of Pakistan. Okay? But then there was like some sort of political issues. So Bangladesh was like, no, like we're going to make our own country because we want to engage in our own version of jihad or Durkaism or whatever. So then, Bangladesh was created. But again, Bangladesh, literally another fake country, because Pakistan was initially created from India. And then the Durkas in what is now modern day Bangladesh were fighting with the Durkas in Pakistan, and then they were like, we're going to make our own country. So yeah, literally Bangladesh, Pakistan, two of the fakest countries in the world. Like both of those territories, to me, it belongs to India, right? Like all of it belongs to India. And this is why the two-state solution doesn't work, because even though the British were like, okay, you know what? Let's just make this fake country called Pakistan or whatever. Even though the Durkas got their own countries, right? So they literally have two countries. They have Pakistan and Bangladesh. But that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough for them, because when they got their own countries, they then started attacking Indians in India, trying to take more land, right? Because that's literally how jihad works. You give them an inch, they take a mile. Anyways, there you go. So, little bit of a history lesson there. I can go into the history of that more. I've spoken about it in like previous videos. However, this is why you see the flag of India. So the flag of India, I want to be very clear. It does not represent the real cultured Indian people. Okay, this is only to represent the Muslim Indians who have been conquered by the Islamic regime. And yes, there are many of them, and the noble and very amazing people of India, they are fighting these same jihadis, right? Because these jihadis that are causing terrorism in India are being funded and paid by the Islamic regime. And you can see the proof right here, because those same Durkas in India and Pakistan and Bangladesh are now literally coming to Iran for the funeral of the dead supreme dictator of the Islamic regime. Again, Khamenei'S was supposedly the head of state of occupied Iran, right? So the only people who technically should really care about whether Khamenei is dead or alive, or rotting in hell, or his corpse rotting in a fridge or whatever, the only people who should care are Iranians, right? Me and others, the 90 million Iranians, right? But there's a reason that all these non-Iranians are showing up, is because the Islamic regime is revolutionary. The Islamic regime is exporting its jihad. The Islamic regime is indoctrinating non-Iranians and getting them to join their jihad, to join their Islamic terrorism. And this is why all these third world inbred jihadi Durkas are now in Occupy Iran attending the funeral of Khamenei. Yeah. So I want to make that very clear. Anyways, let's go back to the beginning, because now let's see all the supporters of Khamenei at his garbage funeral. Let's go.
I'm from Uganda.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम सुबह के 3 बज रहे हैं और तेहरान के मेट्रो में देखे किस तरह की भीड़ है माशाल्लाह
आमदी जानम به قربانت.
Wait, what flag was that? Wait, what is that Nigeria? No, that's not Nigeria. What flag is that? Is that... No, that's not Uganda. Wait, does anyone know what flag that is? Oh, Whoa, no, that's Kenya. Oh my gosh, really? Is that Kenya? Whoa. Oh my gosh. Listen, I knew that there were like Durkas from Nigeria and Uganda attending. I didn't think that there would be like jihadis in Kenya. Oh my gosh, guys, Africans, you guys need to get your game together, because if Durkas from Kenya are attending the funeral of the supreme dictator, like, what is this? Like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad are we watching right now?
آمدی جانم به قربانت.
My name is Shabir Mehdi Khan.
Khatu said it. Ew, look at this Mullah Durka. Like, I said, look at his face. Like, it's so gross. Like, what is this? He's from India. Guys, there's literally like Durka mullahs in India. See, like these are the rootless people. These are the rootless people who were conquered by the Arab Muslims, and then they've literally forgotten their heritage and their identity, right? Like these are literally the rootless people. So because they were colonized, okay, they weren't just conquered, they were colonized, which means the colonization process forced them to lose their identity, their culture, their heritage, their religion, whatever. Which means the only thing that they can identify with is Islam, because the Arab Muslim conquerors erased everything else. This is how Islam conquered the world, right?
I am from India.
Jackson Hinkle! Guys, I told you! Jackson Hinkle showed up and they forced him to give water to all the Durkas. Look at this, oh my gosh.
اینجا یک صحنه بسیار زیبا دیدم از برادران فاطمیون.
Yeah, and then these are all the Afghanis. These are all the Taliban supporters, right? So all the Afghanis showed up. So there's Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle, literally a water boy for the Durkas, right? Oh, kind of awkward, right? Like when your position is life is to be a water boy for the Durkas, kind of awkward. Oh.
اینجا یک صحنه بسیار
And then these are the Afghans from the Fatimiyun. Fatimiyun is another terrorist group that is funded and supported by the Islamic regime, right?
زیبا دیدم از برادران فاطمیون. برادران اهل کشور افغانستان.
And then there you can see the flag of Afghanistan, right? So there's a flag of Afghanistan. There's the Allahu Akbar, jihadi terrorist crab flag. So there you go. These are all the Afghans who are showing up for the funeral. Remember, I told you, the Islamic regime is importing all of its non-Iranian supporters from around the world because they know that Iranians don't support them. So they have been importing all these people, paying for them to come. Meanwhile, by the way, 70% of Iranian people live below the poverty line, right? But they're literally importing all these non-Iranian Durkas from around the world so that they can make the crowds look bigger than they are. And they can make it seem as if like, oh, look, all these Iranians support the Islamic regime of Khamenei. Yeah, right. You're seeing the up close stuff that you don't see in the mainstream media. Let's continue. Wow. Guys, look. This is the 20 million. This is the 20 million attendees. Do you see this? If you've seen random footage of huge mass crowds, I guarantee you it's either old footage or it's AI generated. This is the real footage of the crowds around Khamenei's coffin, Khabar Margesh, right? Does this look like 20 million to you? I don't even think this is 5,000. This is not even 5,000. Yeah, see, you know what? Sinister. You make a good comment. There are dozens of us. Dozens, exactly, right? There's literally dozens of them. Dozens of Durkas, right? Oh, you know what? Kenny, this is amazing. 20 million in Dogecoin. Yeah. 20 million in Dogecoin. I love that. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So here's the 20 million protesters. Wait, you know what? I think there's a way. I think I might have done something wrong because. Wait, let me see if I can do something here. Okay. Oh, you know what? I actually have a way of showing the video. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go back to the beginning because I just realized the the way that I've been showing the video, it's a little bit too small, but this is bigger. So this is bigger for the screen. So you guys actually get a better view, right? That was a little bit too small. So let's go back. So we were here. We were at the 20 million attendees, okay? So now let's go back to the beginning and we're going to watch this and then I'll continue with the rest of the footage because we are just getting started. And I see there are a number of super chats. So I'm going to get to the super chats in about 15 minutes and then I'm going to continue with the rest of the show after. So like I said, tonight is an extended edition of Iran Revolution Live because we are celebrating the funeral of Khamenei. And yeah, so, you know, grab a drink, grab some snacks, whatever you want, popcorn, and get settled in. And, you know, at the top of every hour, I will get to all of your questions and comments and super chats. So in 15 minutes from now, I'll get to the super chats and then we'll continue. But yeah, okay, so here's the video. And this is the bigger version of it.
I'm from Uganda. बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम सुबह के 3 बज रहे हैं और तेहरान के मेट्रो में देखिए किस तरह की भीड़ है माशाल्लाह
آمدی جانم به قربانت.
My name is Shabir Mehdi Khan. I am from India.
اینجا یک صحنه بسیار زیبا دیدم از برادران فاطمیون، برادران اهل کشور افغانستان.
I'm from Uganda.
Okay, let's go back. So guys, again, this is the 20 million attendees, okay? So for everyone who's wondering, okay, well, how many people actually attended? There you go, right here. These are the 20 million attendees. Oh my God. Wow. What is this? 20 million in like dirham math or something? Like that's terrible. Guys, as a former politician, I've literally held political rallies and gatherings that have had more people attend than this. Like I've literally organized like campaign rallies where there were more people than this attending. Okay, I'm not even exaggerating. Like this is this is crazy. This is so wild. And then the mainstream media is running with this like 20 million number. Oh my gosh. Like just absolutely insane, right? Absolutely insane. Okay. Now, what do you think these people are doing? What do you think these people might be doing at, you know, these rallies, okay? Do you know, like, so again, when I tell you that the Islamic regime is not something you can negotiate with, right? Like these people are not reformable. They're not like legitimate, normal, rational human beings. They're literally like 7th century inbred terrorist jihadis. One of the main events at Khamenei's funeral, remember, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu exterminated Khamenei like the piece of garbage that he was, okay? So the only reason that this funeral is happening is because of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. So how are the Durkas responding? Let's see. Huh. Yeah. So the Durkas are stepping on a printed photo of President Trump, which has the you know, the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the mark with like the bullet mark on his forehead, right? Remember. Wait, So for everyone in the chat, okay, pop quiz. Class, pop quiz time. Where is this photo from? Those of you who've been watching Iran Revolution Live and the Goldie show last week, you know where this photo is from. Where's this photo from with the bullseye of President Trump on his forehead? Do you guys remember? The first person who remembers gets a shout out. Where is this from? You guys know. I'm looking at the chat. I'm still waiting. Oh, you know what? Okay, so Uncle Deds, and Super Backers and Carl all said it at the same time. So Uncle Deds, Super Backers, and Carl. Okay, and JB. Okay, and Hugh. Okay, I'm just gonna, everyone who said it at the same time. Okay, so there you go. So Uncle Dad's, Super Backers, Carl, JB, Hugh, and 96 Oldsmobile all got it correct. So let me show you where this image is from. Okay, let me pull it up because yeah. This is why it's really important to watch Iran Revolution Live, because I give you guys all of the context that you need. And as you can see, those who pay attention already know exactly what's going on. So let's get to it. It was, which day was it? Let's see. I think it was, it's 178. Yeah, here we go. So here you go. President Trump with the crosshairs, right? This was on the front page of an Islamic regime newspaper outlet back on June 30th. Okay, so this was last week. So on June 30th, the Islamic regime literally on one of their media outlets posted this image. And this is the translated version. Here's the original version in case anyone's like, oh, Goldie's making it up or something, right? Let me pull up the original version for you guys so that you can see. This is the original version. It's a media outlet called Hamshahri, Khabar Margeshun. And wait, what day was it? 178. There we go. So this one here, oops, where'd it go? So this one here, this is the original version, Hamshahri, and the front page of the newspaper was an image of crosshairs on President Trump and the head Qati'as, which basically means that revenge is certain. Okay, so this was on the front page of Islamic regime media outlets last week, and then here we go, we see that same image of President Trump with the crosshairs and the bullet hole like right there. And people are like, oh, this is how we're going to get back at you. President Trump exterminated our supreme dictator. So we're going to show him by stepping on a printed photo of him, right? I actually think it's hilarious that, someone literally spent time, money, and resources to print out this image for people to stomp on it during the funeral of Khamenei, who was exterminated like the piece of garbage that he was by President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, right? And they're like, this will show everyone who's boss, right? But again, for everyone who's watching, for all the non-Iranians, do you see why the Islamic regime is not reformable? do you see why you can't negotiate with the Islamic regime? Like, you literally can't trust them because at the funeral of the supreme dictator, they have a bunch of durkas who are literally just stepping on a printed photo of President Trump because that's all they can do. That's all they can do. Look at oh my God! Oh my gosh, they're literally using a slipper to like hit the photo of President Trump. They're using a slipper. They're like hitting the picture of President Trump using a slipper. Oh wait, someone just insulted President Trump. Guys, this is a pro-Trump channel. If you're going to insult President Trump, you don't belong here. So I'm just going to ban you. There you go. You're banned. All right. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when like those durkas were throwing their slippers at President George W. Bush. Do you guys remember that? Oh my gosh. Guys, this is totally giving me like George W. Bush sandal throw vibe. Like, guys, this is what durkas do. This is what durkas do. Look at this. Wait. Where am I? Okay. So, look at him. Wait. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. He's using his sandal. Oh my God. You know what? Guys, these people aren't even Iranian. They're not even speaking Persian. I think these people are like Pakistani. Oh yeah, guys, these are Pakistanis because they're not speaking Persian. Yeah, so the thing is like ola blah 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 or something like that. The part that he says like ola blah 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 like something that's definitely like Pakistani. That's not Persian. Yeah, that definitely sounds Pakistani. That's not Persian. So these people that are literally like slapping, they're slapping a photo of President Trump with like slippers. Guys, these aren't even Iranian. These are like non-Iranian durkas, right? Look at, oh my God. Oh wow, look at this. I just noticed this. Look. Oh my gosh, the durkas are literally making like a girl. They're making a girl wear hijab, which is actually disgusting. Because do you guys know the reason behind hijab? So in Islam, the reason that a woman is supposed to wear hijab is because that's supposed to protect her from what's the word I'm looking for? It's supposed to protect her from arousing men, okay? So when a woman reaches, the age of maturity, she's supposed to wear hijab because supposedly her hair, her neck, her body, whatever, it can arouse Muslim men. And if Muslim men are aroused, they will rape you. So it's literally like victim blaming, right? So Muslim women have to wear hijab so that they cover their bodies so that they don't arouse Muslim men. Okay? Think of like a rape victim. You know, like how disgusting it is to say to like a rape victim, well, it's your fault you were raped because you were wearing a short skirt, right? Like, no, it's the man's fault for not being able to control his urges and raping the woman, right? Like, you know what I mean? Anyway, so but that's literally the rape mentality in Islam. So women, so like this full-grown woman, she is wearing hijab and covering herself because according to their religion, if a woman shows her hair, shows her neck. You know, if she's not wearing like a garbage bag to like hide her figure, that can arouse all the Muslim men around her. And then if she is raped, that's her fault. Okay. So, okay, whatever. However, the fact that they're making a girl, right? Like a small girl who's what, like 9 or 10 years old, the fact that they are making a 9-year-old girl cover herself and wear hijab, okay? What this basically means is that all these people in their garbage 3rd world 7th century culture, they believe that a 9-year-old girl can arouse Muslim men. And so they are making this 9-year-old girl wear hijab and cover herself in order to avoid being raped. Okay? I want to make that very clear. So whenever you see like a small girl wearing hijab, keep that in mind. The reason that they force young girls to wear hijab is because they literally believe that young girls are sexual objects. And so you have to cover up the sexual object to prevent Muslim men from being tempted by the sexual object. Yeah. That's not me saying it. That's them. That's literally their belief and ideology. Anyways, let's go to the video that I wanted to show you, because I have the slipper video for you, and boy is it good. So that video that we just saw from like those like Pakistanis or whatever, Bangladesh, I don't know wherever they're from, they're not Iranian. It kind of gave me like the George W. Bush vibes, right? Like literally, it's like full on Durka with the slippers, right? This was in Iraq, by the way. And you know what? I have to give props to President Bush's dexterity, right? He's just like, right? Like he just like, you know what? It takes a lot of skill to like dodge a Durka slipper, because these Durkas are very like, they have a lot of practice throwing slippers, right? So the fact that President Bush was ready, he's just like, oh. But yeah, you know, some Durka literally threw 2 slippers at the commander-in-chief of the free world.
Yeah. So what if the guy threw a shoe at me? No, I consider it a...
Yeah, okay, so, oh wow, okay, so now this is, okay, so this is the part that I don't like, because President Bush is the same guy who was like, Islam is the religion of peace. Yeah, okay, buddy, like, don't be stupid. Islam is a religion of peace. And then he's like, so what if the guy threw a shoe at me? Yeah, really? Are you kidding me? Someone threw 2 shoes at the President of the United States of America, and you're just like, so what?
Yeah. So what if the guy threw a shoe at me? No, I consider it an important step in on the road toward an Iraq that can sustain itself, govern itself, and defend itself. But
yeah, except meanwhile, what's happening in Iraq is actually occupied by the Islamic regime. And if you were watching one of my live streams from last week, we literally showed Iraqi politicians who have been hoarding millions of dollars in, you know, U.S. money, the Benjamin Franklins, and this one like gross, disgusting jihadi Durka woman who is a member of parliament of Iraq and supports the Islamic regime. She literally had like a set of like gold bra and underwear. Remember that? Yeah. George Bush is like, oh, Iraq is great. No. Take this as a lesson, guys. Take this as a lesson. Never trust the Durka. You can never, ever trust the Durkas.
Let me talk about the guy throwing the shoe. It is one way to gain attention.
No.
It's like,
you know what? No, sorry, W. Sorry, W. This is not it. This is not it. Nope. I think he's just trying to like. I think he's trying to just like make something up on the spot for like why that happened. But W, this is not a good look. You know what? I respect you, except your biggest mistake was that instead of attacking the Islamic regime in 2003, you went after Iraq. You should have gone after the Islamic regime. If you had gone after the Islamic regime, which is, you know, the source of all the terrorism, none of this would have ever happened. Instead, you went after Iraq, and the Islamic regime was then able to murder hundreds, if not thousands, I think almost 1,000 American soldiers through their IRGC-funded proxies and Qasem Soleimani and all the IEDs and stuff, right? Because you went after the symptom, you didn't go after the cause. The cause is the Islamic regime. If you had gone after the Islamic regime, none of us would be in this situation right now. But anyways, there you go. W is trying to explain why a Durka threw a shoe at him.
it's like going to a political rally and having people yell at you.
Yeah, no, it is not. As a former politician, I can tell you I have been to numerous, dozens of political rallies. Sure, people have yelled. People have been angry. Literally, no one has ever thrown a shoe at me. No one ever threw a slipper at me. So for him to like try and like equate the shoe throwing to being yelled at a political rally, no, that's literally not the same thing whatsoever.
It's like driving down the street and have people not gesturing with all 5 fingers.
No, what? So no, that's literally not it at all. Like, this is honestly, I'm sorry. No disrespect to W, but this is very, very stupid. Like, this is one of the most idiotic things I've ever heard.
It's a way for people to draw, attention. I don't know what the guy's cause is, but
his cause is jihad. He's a Durka. His cause is jihad. The Durkas have a jihad against the United States, the great Satan. And so he's throwing his slippers at you the exact same way that the Durkas at Khamenei'S funeral are throwing slippers on President Trump's photo. That's the cause. That's the reason, buddy. Like that's what it is.
But one thing is for certain, he caused you to ask me a question about him. I didn't feel the least bit threatened by it. These journalists here were very appalled.
It's not about feeling threatened. It's about the disrespect. It's a disrespect. It's the fact that guy got away with throwing 2 slippers at you, and he literally forced the president of the United States at the time to duck and cover. That's a terrible look. Like that makes George W. Bush look very weak. In Middle Eastern terms anyway.
They were said this doesn't represent the Iraqi people, but that's what happens in free societies where people try to draw attention.
Oh my God, that's what happens in free societies. Yeah, okay. So people just throw shoes at politicians in free societies. Yeah, okay. So he's basically saying, like, this is actually kind of racist. This is actually kind of racist. He's like, oh yeah, like it's normal in free societies for people to throw shoes at politicians, right? Like, so, okay, so apparently in like, the Middle East, it's a normal thing for people to throw shoes at politicians. Yeah, okay. How come we haven't seen any footage of any other politicians in the Middle East having shoes thrown at them, right?
To themselves. And so I guess he was effective because he caused you to say something about it. Now, in terms of the agreement.
Anyways, I'm not going to get more into this because, he's basically just trying to like, justify it or whatever. But okay, we're a little bit past the top of the hour. So let me go to your questions, comments, and super chats, and then we'll continue with the rest of the footage because I have so much more. We are just getting started. So Minor Dine says, how long do you think the ceasefire will hold? Fat army needs some new tasking. So, I don't know. I mean, honestly, the Islamic regime has been violating the ceasefire pretty much every single day, right? So it's really up to President Trump as to how much longer he wants to tolerate the Durkas, right? Now, some people are saying that President Trump is waiting. He wants to like extend it and hold out until the midterms. That may very well be the plan. However, given the way that the Islamic regime's operating in terms of how they're constantly breaching the ceasefire, they may very well force President Trump's hand much sooner than the midterms. I don't know. Ultimately, the person who's going to decide how long the ceasefire holds is President Trump. He's going to have to make that calculation. The Islamic regime is constantly pushing President Trump. So I don't know. But I mean, if you want to look at it from like an international legal perspective, the Islamic regime has already breached the ceasefire. So technically the ceasefire isn't really of much force and effect anymore because the Islamic regime has been breaching it. It's really up to President Trump and how he wants to, deal with this. So if I was advising President Trump, I would say that the more the Islamic regime pushes you in terms of ceasefire violations, and the more you just sort of take a step back and you're like, you know what? No, we're not going to do anything. We'll just tolerate it. The Islamic regime views appeasement as weakness. Okay. So the more you try to appease, the more you try to give them another chance, they view that as weakness. And they're like, okay, so we attacked this cargo ship and they didn't retaliate. That means we have carte blanche. We can do whatever we want and they're not going to retaliate because they're scared, right? Because you're not dealing with a normal, rational, logical state actor. You're dealing with a savage, jihadi, inbred, third world terrorist jihadi dictatorship, right? Like their whole reason for existence is death to America, right? The great Satan, death to America. They're going to push and push and push as much as they can. So how long the ceasefire will hold, that's really up to President Trump and what sort of advice he's being given. If I had the blessing of advising President Trump, if I had the once in a lifetime opportunity to speak with President Trump, let's say today, or someone from his administration right now, and they were like, Goldie, what should we do? My advice, without hesitation, would be boom, boom, them. Boom, boom, the funeral. Boom, boom, the attendees. Boom, boom, everyone who's there. wipe them off the face of the planet, because a Nazi is a Nazi is a Nazi. And these people literally at the funeral of their dead supreme dictator, they're literally printing pictures of crosshairs on President Trump's forehead, and they're stamping on it, and they're hitting slippers with it. These people are not reformable. Like, these people, I can't even call them people. These Durkas, they do not contribute anything positive to human civilization. There is literally not a single positive thing that these people, their garbage culture and their garbage ideology has contributed to humanity. These Durkas are literally a cancer. They are a parasite. They need to be wiped off the face of the earth, because if you even leave like one of them alive, just like cancer cells, they will metastasize and they will get even more aggressive, and whatever the case might be, right? That would be my advice to President Trump. My advice, if anyone from the Trump administration reached out to me and asked me for my advice on what to do right now, I would be like, boom boom them, boom boom them. That's the only way to deal with these Durkas. There's literally no other way. Remember, these are the same Durkas. These are the same Muslim Nazis who slaughtered over 40,000 innocent unarmed Iranians on January 8 and 9, just because Iranians were marching peacefully in the streets, calling for the end of the Islamic regime, calling for freedom and a secular democracy. And they were slaughtered by these Durkas in the name of Allah, Islam, Muhammad, and jihad, right? Iranian people were murdered because they were considered enemies of Allah, their demon god. Yeah. So that's the only way to deal with them. I mean, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, thank you, Miner, for that question. Atsky says, math problem, get help from Rose if you need. Oh, if Khamenei is 100% supreme leader before impact, then what percentage is airborne afterwards? So I would say 100% is airborne. If you mean that if he's just been like, boom boomed and there's nothing left of him, then I would say like 100% of him, there's like nothing left of him. And yeah, he's just been turned to, rubble. I actually showed footage of his coffin in my earlier live stream from last week. I think it was on Friday I showed it, where they're carrying the coffin and the coffin is so light, right? So and then everyone noticed that and they were like, well, maybe the coffin is so light because there's nothing inside. That's because he's been exterminated. Oh, Kenny, Jojo, Khabar Margish. Yes, Khamenei, Khabar Margish. So for those of you who don't know, Khabar Margish means the news of his death. So Khabar means the news. Margish means his death. So whenever I say Khamenei or Khomeini, I always add Khabar Margish afterwards. It's a very rude thing to say, but it's not a swear word. So like in the Persian language and culture, we're very polite. Whenever we say Khabar Margish, like it's not swearing, but it's basically like a very, very passive aggressive, rude, polite way of saying like, I hope this person dies. So I only really use Khabar Margish with like the Durkas, right? Like the Muslim jihadi, or even with like the ones who are already dead. Like Khomeini, who died in 1989, Khabar Margish. Khamenei, who was exterminated February 28th, Khabar Margish. So yeah, it's just a good way to kind of like stress relieve without swearing. White Rabbit Buzz says, hello from Australia. I'm loving the support for the Iranian people. It's truly global. Jabisha, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I love that you're watching from Australia. I love Australia. I've always wanted to visit, but I'm terrified of like the giant spiders that you guys have. It's like literally you walk outside and there's like a giant spider or like some other crazy insects. But I've always wanted to visit, and it is like a on my bucket list. I will visit Australia at some point. Wow. Thank you so much for tuning in. Oh yeah, I think it's like winter in Australia right now too, right? So you guys are in like your winter season right now because you guys are upside down. So there you go. Wow, welcome. Thank you for joining. Sergio says, Ahmad Massoud was there at the funeral. Does that mean he is compromised or he is controlled by Iran? Is he still a resistance fighter for Afghanistan? I have heard good things about it. Anyone who shows up for the funeral of Khamenei is compromised. Yeah. So all these people that, you may have thought were, oh, okay, these are good people. They're not compromised. They're fighting. Yeah, no. Literally anyone who shows up or any delegation that shows up supports the Islamic regime. That includes Ahmad Massoud. So there you go. Yeah. The funeral ceremony for Khamenei has been a very good opportunity to expose those who truly support the Islamic regime, right? Like everyone really showed their true colors. The Prime Minister of Pakistan, right? President Trump is like, oh, my great friend, Shahbaz Durka, whatever his name is. That guy showed up. He literally showed up to the funeral of Khamenei. Pakistan is supposedly like a neutral negotiator between the United States and the Islamic regime, and yet the same people that are supposedly neutral negotiators showed up for the funeral of the dead garbage Ayatollah that was exterminated by President Trump. Does that seem neutral to you? Think about that. Atki says, Rose's stream last night taught me why Durkas style their turbans to look like mushrooms. Oh my gosh, yes, right? Like they're literally like zombie cordyceps. I get that. Oh my gosh, yeah. That was a very, very good live stream last night. Okay, so for everyone who's tuning in, if you don't know what Atki is referring to, so let me just pull this up really quick for you guys. So every Sunday evening, I tune into a space channel, a science channel. Okay. So let me just pull this up here so that you guys can see it. Let me go here. So, the Ghamari Report. This is my sister's YouTube channel, and she is not into politics, okay? So, like, if you want to go there and talk about politics, you're going to have a bad time because, like, the mods will ban you. But her channel is, like, a pure science channel. And last night, we actually had a fantastic live stream on the zombie fungus, whether it's real or not. And one thing, like if you haven't seen this one, I would encourage all of you to go back and watch her live stream from 3 weeks ago about uranium enrichment. So, like here on Iran Revolution Live and in the news and stuff, like we talk a lot about, uranium enrichment and all that stuff, but we've never really like gone into the science behind it and like what it actually means. So if anyone is wondering, okay, like what does uranium enrichment actually mean? Like, what is the big deal? Like, what is the big deal between, like, I don't know, 20% and 60% or like all that stuff? You definitely want to go and watch this live stream here. So if you just literally go to her page, the Ghamari Report, and this one here, it's 2.5 hours and it's phenomenal. you don't even need to watch the full 2.5 hours. Like, you can just watch the first hour, because in the first hour she explains everything already. But yeah, you want to talk, like, you want to learn about uranium enrichment, this is the one that you want to watch. And yeah, so this is my sister, this is her channel, the Ghamari Report. Nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with Durkas. It's pure science. And it's just like a fun optional class field trip for those of us who, want to take a break from politics and just want to learn about something cool or fun or whatever. We tune in every Sunday evening, and she has an amazing live stream. And she's also made some really cool videos. Like, why is America the only country to put humans on the moon? She spoke about the UFO disclosure. Oh, there's also like, behind the scenes there, guys, there is a behind the scenes reaction to me and her, like, joking around about ASMR and stuff. So I'm not going to play it, but if you want to go and watch it, there you go. There's her channel. And she also has like really cool, like, shorts as well. Oh, she posted one today. Okay, let's take a quick break because I haven't seen this one yet. Let's watch her newest live, and then we'll go back to the rest of the comments. We're gonna take a quick commercial break. I haven't seen it. Okay, so let's watch this one because I'm
Imagine holding a teaspoon that weighs 1 billion tons. That's what a teaspoon of a neutron star would weigh here on Earth. A neutron star starts out as a massive star, much bigger than our sun. And when it runs out of fuel, it explodes as a supernova. And the outer layers are blasted far into space, but the core doesn't disappear. Gravity crushes it so violently that the electrons and the protons are squeezed together so tightly into neutrons. The empty space inside atoms is basically gone. So you end up packing way more mass than our sun into a sphere that's only about 20 kilometers or roughly 12 miles across. It's one of the densest objects in the entire universe. If you even tried to get anywhere near one, its gravity would tear you apart long before you ever even touched it. Science is wild. I'm Rose Ghamari, and follow for more cool science. Imagine holding...
Wow. Okay. There you go. So yeah, that's Rose Ghamari, and follow her for more cool science. Okay. So there you go. That's my super smart sister. She's literally the smart one, right? Like, she's the smart one in the family. So anyways, let's continue with the super chat. So thank you, Aki, for that. And then Aki says, if that's 20 million, then here's 1 million. Yeah, okay, so Aki's referring to this post here with the 20 million attendees. Yeah, I agree. If this is 20 million, guys, if this is 20 million, I have a bridge to sell you, right? I totally agree with that. Okay, so then we had all of our proper answers here. So let me just get rid of everyone who got the correct answer. And then Thunderbird. I suspect Ashura March in Toronto was intentionally routed on Yonge in North York to intimidate Iranians. If this wasn't the case, it would be in Scarborough. 100% you are correct. Actually, like, there was some footage that someone sent me about, like, Ashura in Toronto, and yeah, like, it was crazy. Like, they literally, so Ashura literally went through Yonge Street going north, because a lot of Iranian businesses and stores are like on Yonge, pretty much between like Shepherd and like, I would say Shepherd and Steeles, maybe? Yonge and Steeles. So Yonge and Steeles down to like Yonge and Shepherd. So yeah, Ashura specifically purposely went through there in order to intimidate the Iranian people, because one of the things that has happened in Toronto, and I actually love this and I support this, is that businesses and people, Iranians, right, in Canada, they're no longer afraid to put up the lion and sun flag. So what's happened is now every single business or storefront that is not part of the Islamic regime or affiliated with the Islamic regime or supporting the Islamic regime, they have put a lion and sun flag on their window. Okay? That basically sends a signal to the Iranian community, okay, this business is okay. This business is acceptable. The vast majority of stores and restaurants and businesses and whatever in Toronto have the lion and sun flag on their storefront. Those Iranian stores that don't have a lion and sun flag on their door or window, they're basically part of the Islamic regime. There are many of them, okay? Many, I shouldn't say many. There's a certain number of them. The vast majority, so I would say like probably 90% of Iranian-owned businesses, stores, retail, whatever, they have the lion and sun flag on, their door, the storefront, whatever. That reassures the Iranian community that, okay, this business is not affiliated with the Islamic regime. We can go in, we can buy whatever. There's, about 10%. And, we know who they are. And they're slowly going out of business because they refuse to put up the lion and sun flag, which means they support the Islamic regime. It's pretty much turned out that now their only customers are either other Iranians who support the Islamic regime or non-Iranians, non-Iranian supporters of the Islamic regime, or, non-Iranians who have no idea what's going on. But we know who those stores are. And Thunderbird, you're absolutely right. That Ashura March was intentionally orchestrated on Yonge Street, because on Yonge Street, when you go by all of the Iranian stores, you'll see every single one has a lion and sun flag. And the Durka jihadi terrorist garbage, third world inbred people, they specifically chose to march along there to antagonize the Iranian people. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. You're absolutely right. But that's okay, because their day is coming. The Islamic regime is collapsing. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. No one can answer when the Islamic regime will collapse, but I guarantee you it is collapsing. And in the meantime, it's not just storefronts that have the lion and sun flag. Look at this, guys. Wait, do you see that? I always have, it's blurring. I don't know if you can see. I always have Iran with the lion and sun on my nails. There you go. So I got it on both as well. So there you go. That's my little sign as well. But yeah, and of course, the lion and sun flag there and the lion and sun flag behind me. But yeah, Thunderbird, you're absolutely right. Eli says, Islam is not seeking coexistence. I agree. It is a political religious project built on control, subversion, and expansion. Treating it as harmless is how societies sleepwalk into their own collapse. I 100% agree. There's a reason that, Muslims are allowed to set up booths in Western Judeo-Christian countries and hand out free Qurans, but Christians are not allowed to set up booths in Muslim countries and hand out Bibles. And if you don't believe me, go try it out. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it, but yeah. Go ask ChatGPT or Google AI or whatever. Ask them, what would happen if a Christian went to, I don't know, let's say Pakistan, let's say President Trump, let's talk about President Trump's biggest allies, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan. What would happen if you, as an American Christian, went to UAE, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, or Qatar and tried to set up a booth and hand out free Bibles? Look it up and then tell me. Tell me if you think that these countries are your allies or the allies of the Christian people. Good point, Eli. All right, our last super chat, and then we'll get back to the news. Ficklenot says, the fact that the Islamic regime blames women for their sexual urges tells me that these people have no ability to self-reflect, no ability to take responsibility. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, remember, Muhammad married like a 6-year-old girl, right? Aisha. Like literally the prophet, the Arab warlord that they worship was a pedophile. And when he was like 50 years old, he married a 6-year-old. That's who they worship. The perfect man who can't be, criticized and must be worshipped. The perfect man was a 50-year-old Arab warlord, overweight. Okay, like according to historians, he was like overweight. So a 50-year-old Arab warlord who was overweight married a 6-year-old girl. That's the person that they worship. Yeah, there you go. And then Wes gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Wes. Really appreciate that. Very thoughtful of you. Okay, so we are done with the super chats. Okay, let's get back to the news because, oh my gosh, we're just getting started. So many questions and comments, but I'm loving it, guys. So keep the questions and comments coming, and we will get to them in about an hour or so, because I do want to share some more news. Okay, so let's get to here. So the Durkas are still freaking out, okay? So now this is Ramadan. Oh, guys, we are unlocking a new Durka on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. Does anyone know, before I get to the Boom Boom Bingo sheet, does anyone know who Ramadan is? Anyone know who Ramadan is on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet? Iranians, you're not allowed to guess because I know the Iranians know who Ramadan is. Okay. So, I have to turn off the comments for a moment just so I can show this to you. So, on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet, okay, this is the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. Guys, we've now unlocked this box here. This is Ramadan. This is Ramadan. He is the chief of police, okay? No, he's not an IRGC commander, although he is closely affiliated with them. You have to remember, guys, the Islamic regime is a totalitarian, authoritarian dictatorship, right? So, their institutions don't function the same way that ours do. So the police in occupied Iran are part of the IRGC. They just don't officially say it, okay? The police in occupied Iran are part of the suppression of the Iranian people. So, me as a, Canadian, I have so much love and respect for Canadian police because our Canadian police officers, whether it's, Ottawa, Toronto, the OPP, the RCMP, all the various municipal police forces in Ontario, the provincial and, across Canada. I have the utmost respect for Canadian police officers. In fact, I have the utmost respect for all police officers in Western democratic countries, especially Canadian and American police officers, right? Hashtag thin blue line. Thin blue line all the way. Hashtag thin blue line all the way. And I say that because I know what corruption looks like, okay? In Canada, in the United States or wherever, we are blessed to have the opportunity, right? Like if something is wrong, we can call 911 knowing that this is a safe place to call and we can get help and safety and security. Okay? We have that blessing and privilege in countries like Canada and the United States. In occupied Iran, the police, and I hate to use the word police because that's an insult to real police officers. Because these people are not police. These people are part of the Islamic regime. Their role is to suppress, arrest, torture, rape, and murder Iranian people who rise up. And Radon is one of the top, well, he's the, police chief of the entire country, but he's one of the top people within the Islamic regime. And he is responsible as well for the massacre of over 40,000 innocent unarmed Iranians on January 8 and 9. He is the one that was participating in making the call, ordering all the police officers to murder Iranian people. Unarmed, innocent Iranian people who were just peacefully marching, calling for freedom and democracy. Yeah, this is him. So that's why I don't like the word police. I mean, that's what they call themselves. But I want to make it very clear. The police in occupied Iran are not comparable to real police officers. And these Durka jihadis are an insult to policing. They're an insult to the thin blue line. And there's also a reason why, when Iranians, whenever they go out and they demonstrate and, there's, police there. I'm talking about Iranians outside of occupied Iran, right? So, Iranians outside of occupied Iran, whenever they demonstrate, as a way to thank police officers, they will give them flowers or leave flowers on their cars, right? And I actually have this one video. Let me share this. I'm going to find this because I've never seen anything like this. Let me find this. Okay, so, and here's the thing. Police officers get a lot of hate, right? They get a lot of hate from the Durkas, from the communists, from Antifa, from Democrats. It's all about like defund the police and, ACAB and like all that like jihadi nonsense, right? That's the same rhetoric and narrative that actually contributed to weakening the police in Iran back in the 1970s, which then led to the overthrow of the Shah and the Islamic coup d'etat and turning Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole. So I, and the vast majority of Iranians, we have a lot of respect for police officers. Because at the end of the day, right? I mean, if you don't agree with what a police officer is saying, like don't fight them right there, right? You take it to court. You literally you take it to court, right? And the, body cam footage, the fact that body cam footage has now been made mandatory. Thank God body cam footage has been made mandatory, because that body cam footage has exonerated a lot of police officers in situations where people otherwise would have been like, oh, police brutality. No, the person was attacking first. And I think you guys all know all the examples that I'm talking about. I'm not going to get into it, but anyways, so yeah, so this is definitely a pro-military, pro-police, channel. We respect police officers here 100%. Anyways, but I want to show this. Like this is how Iranians react to police officers outside of occupied Iran, right? So this is in Canada. This is in Toronto. This is February 14. And it was Valentine's Day. And these are the riot police. Okay, so these are riot police. That's these that like thing there, the square there with the AL or whatever. So the riot police have like different units or whatever, and then they're all like organized into like different I don't know, squads, platoons, whatever you guys call them. But anyway, so just look at how the Iranians are reacting to the police officers, and then just look at, look at the smile on their faces. Wait, let me see if I can get like a bigger version of this. Okay, let me get the bigger version of this video so I can maximize it for you guys. Okay, so look at this. Look at this. It's just so heartwarming. Look at the smiles on their faces. Look at this, like the police officers, they just have these like huge grins on their, like these big smiles on their faces, and all the Iranians are like cheering and whistling, and they're like, thank you, right? Like police don't get a lot of love, but they should. Oh, there's a firefighter. You know what it is? Like, so I have a lot of friends in various, police units around Canada. And they always have to try and remain professional, right? So when you're on duty, you have to remain professional, neutral, right? Like you can't appear as if like you're showing favoritism, right? So the very fact that you're seeing so many police officers here, like this is Toronto police, by the way. The fact that you're seeing so many Toronto police officers, they're breaking character and they're smiling. That's big, right? Like that's really significant. This shows that like the appreciation got to them so much that they're like, wow, like they couldn't even like hold it in. Like they had to smile. They couldn't stop themselves from smiling. And they have like the cutest smiles. Look at this. Like look at this guy. He's like, yeah, he's trying to be, he's like, and then this guy, as he's walking by, he's like, thank you. And then look, this guy, he's smiling. Look at all the smiles on their faces. Look at this. Look at that. And look at this guy. They're all smiling. Right? And they're like, this one's kind of embarrassed. He's like, oh no, I'm smiling. I'm breaking character. Like all the Iranians, like they're all cheering and they're like, thank you, police, right? Oh, this guy he's like trying not to smile. We see you smiling. That guy's totally smiling. Oh, you can tell this guy's a veteran. This guy's like nothing phases him. But this guy, he's smiling. Oh, look at him. He feels so appreciated, right? Yes, roses were also being handed out. Yeah, that was the same day that roses were being handed out. This was Valentine's Day, February 14th. I was there, by the way. Oh, look at it. Look at that smile on his face. Oh, and then this guy, like he's like, yeah. And then this guy back here too. Look at that. Okay, so the reason that I shared this is because I want to give context. Because we Iranians, we love police. But we love police in Western democratic civilized countries, right? So going back to the Boom Boom Bingo sheet, even though these Durka jihadi terrorists call themselves the police, they're not. They are an insult to policing. They're an insult to the thin blue line. They are an insult to the whole concept of protecting the civilians, right? Like these people are not police. These people are the enforcers of the Islamic regime. So they are all terrorists. Okay, oops, what's this? They are all terrorists, okay? So even though this box says police, no. They're Durka jihadi terrorists, okay? So I want to make that very clear. Now, going back to the post now. So this is Ramadan. This is the Durka, okay, that we have unlocked today. So you can add this to your, Pokemon list or whatever, because we've unlocked a new Durka. So apparently Ramadan posted the Durka jihadi terrorist, and he said, any intention to attack the Iranian nation. So they never mean Iranian, right? They basically mean the Islamic regime. To attack the Islamic regime or sabotage the funeral ceremony of the martyred leader will face the severest punishment. The unsuccessful attempt to plan a bomb, yeah, you wish, near Imam Khamenei'S mosque, Khamenei'S, fortunately resulted in no harm. Too bad. And our forces are in pursuit of the perpetrators. Please respect the sanctity of the martyred leader's ceremonies. So apparently someone tried to plant a bomb, a boom boom, at the, close to the shrine of Khomeini, Khamenei'S, the, Muslim pedophile jihadi founder of the Islamic regime. And it didn't work. Too bad. Anyways. He's like, respect the sanctity of the martyred leader's ceremonies. Yeah, okay, so we should... This is like the equivalent of saying, please respect the sanctity of Hitler's funeral ceremony. Really? Should we really respect the sanctity of Hitler's funeral ceremony? No. Anyone who's attending Hitler's funeral ceremony obviously supports Hitler, and so they need to be exterminated off the face of the earth. Why is the Islamic regime any different? Right? So I want to make that. I just wanted to make that point there. Okay. And then, okay, now let's get into some Durka stuff. Now, guys, I have more footage, but I have some internal footage of Durka. Watch this. So, this is the Islamic regime talking. Wait, where is it? Let me just... Okay. So this is the Islamic regime. This was a few days ago. They're talking about getting revenge on both President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Okay? So, again, how reasonable do you think the Islamic regime is when they're literally talking about wanting to get revenge on President Trump? All right, I'm going to play this. I turned off the comments so that you guys can all watch the video. Oh, wait, okay. You know what? I can bring it back up because the comments won't block it. Okay, so it's got subtitles. So just read along the subtitles here, and then I'll go back and I'll read it for you guys.
ما باید کاری بکنیم با اساس اینا که جرأت این غلط‌ها رو دیگه نداشته باشن. ما سر خونخواهی آقا که یک مسئله زودباز سیاسی نیست که، اعتقاد ماست، وظیفه ماست. ما سر خونخواهی آقا کوتاه نمیایم که نبایدم بیایم. آقای شهید ما خونش در امتداد خون ابی عبدالله. ما پرچم یالسارات الحسین و یالسارات الاماممون رو تا ظهور بقیت الله الاعظم بلند خواهیم کرد. تازه حضرت آمد بلندترش هم خواهیم کرد. آقای ما فرمود، حضرت آقا فرمودن، ببینید امروزم خونبهای آقا رو بگید. این مسئله ای نیست که پاش بخوایم کوتاه بیان. من خواهش کردم این چند روزه از دهه اول، قبل دهه اول، در شما هم مردم مطالبه کنید. یکی از مطالبه‌های جدیتون این باشه ما باید پرچم خونخواهی آقا رو علما، بزرگان، امام جمعه ها، پیر غلاما، شعرا، مداحا، هیئت‌ها باید این پرچم رو بیاریم بالا. و من پیشنهادم اینه در گلزارهای شهدا برای همیشه این پرچم رو برافراشته کنید. برای همیشه این پرچم باید برافراشته بشه. و ما انتقام خواهیم گرفت. تو جلسه هم عرض کردم برای بار چندم تو این شبا. یک، از اونی که دستور داد، بر اونی که دستور داد لعنت، بر اون بیشرفی که زمینشو چید لعنت، بر اون بیشرفی که ضارب بود لعنت. و وای از اون روزی که ما چیزای دیگه بشنویم. خدایا به حق حضرت زهرا تو رو قسم میدم هر کس در خون آقای ما شریک بوده تو رو به حق امیرالمومنین به زودی زود منکوبش کن.
Wow. Okay. You know what? Omid made a very good comment here. Stick to Arabic. I agree. So the reason Omid is saying stick to Arabic is because it's pretty obvious this Durka is not Iranian. This Durka is a non-Iranian who has invaded Iran, and he's imposing the religion of their dead Arab warlord on Iranians, right? Because again, we Iranians, we don't worship dead Arab warlords that married 6-year-old girls. That's not our thing. That's like the Arab thing. You do you. I don't care who you want to worship. Literally not my business, not my circus, not my monkeys. But the moment that you make your religion government policy, and the moment that you make your religion mandatory for Iranians, yeah, that's when the whole respect for religion goes out the window. Because as soon as your religion becomes government policy, well, government policy can be criticized. So if you want to make it government policy that a 54-year-old dead Arab warlord can marry a 6-year-old girl, when you're imposing that government policy on me, that gives me every right to criticize it. Because it's no longer religion, is it? At that point, it's government policy. And government policy is fair game. Welcome to the 21st century or whatever. Anyways, let me go back and I will read the subtitles for you guys, so you guys know exactly what this non-Iranian Arab Durka is saying. And Omid is right, he should stick to Arabic. By the way, guys, there are a lot of non-Iranian Durkas who speak fluent Persian, including Hassan Nasrallah. Hassan Nasrallah, who was the leader of Hezbollah. He was the leader of Hezbollah. He was an Arab. He spoke fluent Persian. And I actually saw a video of him one time speaking Persian. And it was like one of the most chilling and disgusting things that I've ever seen. Like, I could not believe my eyes. It was like, it was just like the craziest thing ever. No, he spoke fluent Persian, and he was speaking in Farsi about how like Iran has no culture, and the Arabs have taken over, and Islam has replaced Iranian culture. And I was just like, "Bleh." Yeah, it was actually disgusting. But yeah, so this is why like a lot of these Durkas who are not Iranian, because they've been living in Iran for so long, they speak fluent Persian, but they're not Iranian. They're the invaders. Anyways, let's share this video, and I'm gonna just share it for you. So he says, we have to deal with these people. These people. So when he says we have to deal with these people, that's you, right? That's you. That's you. That's the Kafat. These people are also the Iranian people who are trying to overthrow the Islamic regime, right? So these people are the infidels, the Kafirs, the non-Muslims. That's you, that's me, that's the 85 million Iranians trying to overthrow the Islamic regime. So we have to deal with these people at the very root, so they never again dare commit such acts. So basically he's saying we have to deal with the Americans at the root so that they never dare commit such acts. What are they talking about? Well, they're talking about President Trump exterminating Khamenei. So never dare commit such acts, okay? Then he says, when it comes to avenging our master, that's Khamenei, of course, the dead supreme dictator. When it comes to avenging our master, this is not some short-lived political issue. He says, this is our faith. Guys, it's not me. I've been telling you from day one, if their lips are moving, they're lying. The Islamic regime, one of their core foundational pillars is jihad. One of their core foundational pillars is this never-ending war with the United States. One of their core foundational pillars is the jihad against the great Satan. That's you, right? You're the infidel. And he's saying, when it comes to avenging our master, this is not some short-lived political issue. This is our faith. So basically, what he means here, like what he's saying is that as long as the Islamic regime survives, they will always attempt to assassinate not just President Trump, but any US president. They will also always attempt to get revenge on the United States through acts of terrorism. Does this sound like a regime that you can negotiate with? Does this sound like a regime that is open to peace with the United States? They're literally saying that as long as they exist, they will engage in acts of terrorism against you, the infidel, the great Satan, right? That's what they're talking about here. And not just the great Satan, all the allies of the great Satan. So that basically means any non-Muslim country in the world. So if you're not American, and if you think you're safe from the Durkas, think again. Because what do you think is going to happen if, for some, godforsaken reason, let's say they're, God forbid, successful against the United States? Who do you think they're going to come after next? They're going to come after you. Think about that. This is literally their ideology. He's literally saying it. He's basically saying it is our faith, right? He's basically saying that this is their religion. Their religious ideology is jihad. So in their religion, they believe that they have an Allah-given responsibility to engage in acts of terrorism against the infidel. That's you, right? So their religion says they have to murder infidels. They have to wage jihad against non-Muslims. That's you. And I'm not saying this. That's him. That's him. The subtitle's right there. Right? When it comes to avenging our master, this is not some short-lived political issue. This is our faith. He's basically saying that their religion is a religion of jihad and terrorism and right? Like that's basically what they are. And then he says, guys, he says, this is our duty. We will never back down from avenging our master, and neither should you. Does this sound like someone you can negotiate with? Does this sound like someone that you can, I don't know, make peace with? They're literally saying that we will never stop attempting to get revenge for the United States booming Khamenei, the garbage dictator. And he says, and neither should you. So this Arab Durka, this non-Iranian Arab Durka, has literally been imported to Iran. And he is saying that it is every Muslim's responsibility to engage in jihad against the United States. Awkward. Kind of awkward, right? Anyways. Let's continue. Then he says, our martyr, Khamenei, the, Iraqi inbred jihadi terrorist. Our martyr. Yeah, your martyr, not mine. Well, whatever. Like, I'm glad he's dead. He's like, his blood flows in continuation of the blood of Abu Abdullah. Abu Abdullah is some dead Arab warlord. I don't know which one. Wait, let me look up like which dead pedophile Muslim Arab warlord this one is. Right? Who's Abu Abdullah? I don't know, man. Whoa! Okay, so guys, Abu Abdullah was like some Arab Muslim from Yemen. Yemen! Guys! Please, I want to see the hashtag Goldie is always right. I told you, these people are not Iranian, okay? There is nothing Iranian about these people. This Arab Durka is literally admitting, he's admitting what I've been saying all this time, that the Islamic regime, they're not Iranian. The Islamic regime is a foreign Arab occupying invader, okay? He's now literally admitting that the blood of some dead Arab warlord from Yemen, Abu Abdullah, is some dead Arab warlord in Yemen. Right, remember, Yemen is where the Houthis are. Remember, guys, do we need a reminder on the Houthis? I think we do. Yeah, you know what? I feel this is a good time to remind everyone who the Houthis are. Right? Because this is yeah. This is oh my gosh. Wait, this is relevant but not for right now. Let me just save this link because it just showed up. But okay. This is what I want to show you. Okay? This is who the Houthis are. This is literally who the Houthis are, okay? Okay. Remember, these are the Houthis. Wait. Let me make this big. Guys, you can't make this up. These are the Houthis, okay? So the Houthis, and for those of you who don't know where Yemen is, let me show this. Let me bring this for you on the map, okay, on Google Maps. So this is okay. So this is Iran. Okay, Iran is like, you know, the big cat. That's the head, that's the little back, that's like the, you know, tummy. And then this is Yemen down here, okay? So Yemen is literally part of the Arabian Peninsula, okay? So Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Yemen, okay? Like these are all like these are the original Arabs, okay? The rest of the Middle East, like you know, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, you know, Jordan, Israel, no one here used to be Arab, okay? No one here used to be Arab until the Arab warlords who originated from Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen, right? Like these countries are all new, by the way. Like none of these countries existed 100 years ago. All of these countries are new countries, okay? The only country that has existed in this area for thousands of years is Iran, okay? But and of course Israel. But I'm speaking about like the you know, the Arab Muslim jihadi side of things. But the only like two original like countries in the area, it's Israel and Iran, okay? Nothing else existed, right? None of these countries are even 100 years old, okay? And you can look it up. Just look up the age of any of these like countries. They're all less than 100 years old. Anyway, so Yemen is down here, okay? So I just want to make that very clear. So Yemen is part of the Arabian Peninsula, okay? So they're like the pure like original like Arabs, okay? So that's Yemen. Now, going back to this video. Wait, where was it? Okay. So now, so who exactly are the Houthis? Wait, who exactly are the Houthis? Well, let me show you who the Houthis are. And then we're going to go back to that Durka who's like, Khamenei's blood is the same as Abu Abdullah, the Yemeni warlord. Yeah. This is who the Yemeni, you know, Arab terrorist Houthis are, okay? So that Durka is claiming that Khamenei, by the way, like we all know Khamenei is not Iranian, right? Like we know he's an Arab. We know that. Like they're all like foreign invaders, right? They learned Persian and they infiltrated. But they're literally they're admitting that they're not Iranian. But what's even funnier is that they're literally admitting that they're from Yemen. So let me show you who the Houthis are. And again, I want to be very clear. I am making a distinction between the Yemenis people, who are wonderful, amazing people, and the Yemenis people are being occupied by the Houthi terrorists, okay? The Houthis are funded and paid by the Islamic regime. So the same way that the Islamic regime is occupying Iran, the Houthis are occupying Yemen. And Yemen currently is going through a very, very terrible it's a starvation, right? Like there's drought, there's civil war, there's lack of food because the Houthis are hoarding all of the resources. So the Yemeni government and the Houthis are completely different. In Yemen, it's the exact same situation as Lebanon. You know how I talk about southern Lebanon is occupied by Hezbollah, and the Lebanese government is different from Hezbollah because Hezbollah is a proxy of the Islamic regime. Okay? It's the same thing in Yemen. The Houthis occupy, I believe it's like the western half of Yemen. And there's a civil war in Yemen because the the Islamic regime pays the Houthis. So when I speak about, Yemen or the Houthis, I'm not referring to the Yemenis people. I'm referring to the Derkas. I'm referring to the Houthis. I'm referring to these terrorists who, by the way, not only do they murder Iranian people, they also murder the Yemeni people. Anyway, so that Derka that we were watching, right? Let me just go back really quick. Memory refresh, right? So this guy is like our martyr. He's referring to Khamenei. His blood flows in the continuation of the blood of Abu Abdullah. So he's basically admitting that Khamenei is a descendant of some dead Houthi Arab warlord. Who are the Houthis? Well, let me show you who the Houthis are. This is who the Houthis are. Okay, so I don't understand Arabic, but I just wanted to give you a sneak preview. So on Thursday, one of my really good friends, his name is Jassim. He's from Kuwait. He's going to be joining me on Thursday for Thursday's edition of Iran Revolution Live. And Jassim is one of the best Derka whisperers that I know because he speaks Arabic and he understands them. And he has exposed so many of the Derkas. So you definitely want to tune in on Thursday for Iran Revolution Live because my friend Jassim will be here. And I've always wanted to know what this song is saying. Okay? And by the way, Jassim, he's also a huge supporter of the Iranian people, and he's a huge supporter of His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So Jassim's going to be here on Thursday. I will be playing this video for him because I really want to know, like, what is this song and what are they actually saying, right? So Jassim will be here to answer all of our questions about the Arab Derkas, right? Because I can translate the Persian Derkas. And of course, the English Derkas are, that's obvious, but it's the Arab Derkas, and I don't speak Arabic, but Jassim does. So he's going to be here, and he's going to give us all the intel. And guys, he has a fascinating story as well, and I can't wait to share that with all of you guys as well. So yeah, Jassim the Derka Whisperer will be here on Thursday to expose this and so much else. But yeah, these are basically the Houthis. They're basically a bunch of like drug chewing, khats, whatever. And they dance on the flag of Israel. So, by the way, this is, I know I'm supposed to get to footage from the Islamic, regime funeral of Khamenei, but guys, I can't help myself. Here's the Houthis. Like, this is how stupid the Houthis are. Like, when you think the Derka can't get even worse, it literally gets worse. Look at this. Watch this. This is the Houthi procession from going to the what's the word I'm looking for? The coffin of Khamenei Khabar Margesh. Yemen. So they say Yemen, but they actually mean the Houthis.
در تالار وداع با پیکر پاک و مطهر رهبر شهید انقلاب اسلامی
Oh no! Someone just walked by! This guy just, he literally walked by. He walked by the coffin of Khamenei. Oh my god. Like, how stupid do you have to be? Someone's like, Larry says he did a Biden. Oh yeah, oh my gosh. He did a Biden. Look at this. Look at this. This is literally how stupid these people are.
محترم جمهوری یمن هستیم در تالار وداع با پیکر پاک و مطهر رهبر شهید انقلاب اسلامی.
Bananas. Anyways, so there you go. So yeah, so when this Durka here, so now going back to the video that I was translating for you, when this Durka is like, our martyr, his blood flows in the continuation of the blood of Abu Abdullah, right? Like these are the modern day Abu Abdullahs, right? The modern day Abu Abdullahs, literally inbred, low IQ temperature. So he says, flows in the continuation of the blood of Abu Abdullah. Okay? Then he says, we will keep the flag of Ya Latharat al-Hussein and Ya Latharat al-Imam raised until the appearance of the awaited one. Oh, wait, sorry. Here we go. Sorry, this is what I mean. So he says, we will keep the flag of Ya Latharat al-Hussein and Ya Latharat al-Imam raised until the appearance of the awaited one. So the awaited one is their, like, their imam that's stuck in a well. So the best way to explain like 12-er Shia Islam, think of The Ring. You know the movie The Ring, where that girl is like stuck in the well and she's trying to get out of the well, and it's like a horror movie, and then whenever she comes out of the well, like it's basically death and destruction and horror. That's pretty much their religion. So in their like weird jihadi pedophile religion, they believe that like the last imam is stuck in a well, and then whenever the imam comes out of the well, that's basically going to start Armageddon. So anyone who's watched the movie The Ring, you already know 12-er Shia Islam, because it's like literally the same concept. Okay, there's like a horrific, terrifying demon from hell stuck in a well, and then whenever that demon from hell comes out of the well, it's hell on earth, right? That's the same thing. It's like the Antichrist. We're waiting for the Antichrist. And then they're like, we're gonna keep our jihadi flags raised, and we're gonna wave our jihadi flags until the appearance of the awaited one. The awaited one, of course, is their demon imam stuck in the well, and then at some point that imam's gonna, I don't know, crawl out of the well the way that the girl does in The Ring. It's like it's basically it's like the Durka version of The Ring. Okay, so we'll keep the flag of whatever Hussein imam raised until they're and then he says, and when his eminence comes. So he's like, so his eminence refers to the demon from hell, right? So he's like, when our demon imam from hell comes out of the well, we're gonna raise our jihadi flags even higher, right? And our leader said, even today, speak of avenging our master. So even now, they still want to avenge the extermination of Khamenei. And keep in mind, when these Durka jihadi, non-Iranian Arab terrorist Muslims, when they talk about avenging the death of the supreme dictator, what do you think they mean by avenging the death? Avenging means jihad. It means terrorism. It means at any moment, at any time, any single one of the sleeper cells in the United States, in Canada, in Europe, wherever, At any point in time, those sleeper cells could be activated to avenge the death of their dead, Houthi pedophile warlord. Right? That's literally what they're saying. They're saying, we're going to avenge our master. That's not me, that's them. And then he says, this is not something you should ever back down from. So basically, he's encouraging terrorism, right? He's encouraging Islamic terrorism. He's encouraging jihad. He's saying you should never back down from trying to avenge the death of our pedophile warlord. He's like, I've been asking this for the past several days, even before the first 10 days, that you, the people, must demand it too. Let this become one of the people's demands. So he's basically saying everyone must call for the, basically everyone has to have jihad. And he says, we have to raise the flag of avenging our master. The scholars, the leading figures, the Friday prayer leaders, the veteran eulogists, the poets, the chanters, the morning assemblies. We all have to raise this flag high. So basically he's saying we have to raise the red flag of jihad high, right? Because they're all terrorists and their entire religion revolves around the concept of jihad and murdering non-Muslims, right? That's you, that's me, that's all the infidels. So he's like, we need to continue waving our flag of jihad and murdering all the infidels. And then now he has a proposal. So the Durka inbred jihadi terrorist has a proposal. He says, my proposal is this. In the martyr ceremonies, let this flag be raised forever. Forever this banner must stay flying. We will take revenge. I said it in the gathering as well. So basically he's saying that whether or not, whether it happens tomorrow or, a year from now or 10 years from now or 50 years from now or 100 years from now, we must raise our jihad flags so that we never forget about what happened. And we must always be preparing for jihad so that when the perfect time arises, we can avenge the murder of our dead, pedophile Khamenei or whatever, Khamenei'S, right? So basically what he's saying is that even if, it doesn't happen in 10 years or 20 years, but maybe 30 years or 40 years or 50 years from now, someone might have the opportunity to engage in a terrorist act against the United States. And what he's saying is that it's their responsibility as Muslims to keep the red flags of jihad waving so that everyone remembers their responsibility and duty as Muslims to Allah and jihad and Muhammad. Which means that he's activating all the sleeper cells. They're also activating not just the current sleeper cells, but the future generations of sleeper cells. They're activating all the people, all the jihadis that are immigrating to your countries. Because all it takes is one person, right? All it takes is one person to engage in a terrorist activity. And what he's saying is that we need to bide our time. We might not engage in revenge tomorrow or next year or 2 years or 5 years or 10 years from now, but maybe in 20 years, maybe in 30 years, maybe in 40 years, maybe in 100 years. The opportunity will come up to avenge the death of our dead Houthi Arab warlord, Khamenei'S. This is their ideology. Do you now understand? When I say that the only way to have peace in the Middle East is to eradicate the Islamic regime, and their supporters. Do you now understand what I'm talking about? Do you now understand what I mean when I say the Islamic regime is a cancer? And the only way to deal with cancer is to eradicate it, because if you leave even one cancer cell alive, this is what happens, right? That one cancer cell will radicalize all the others. There you go. That's not me saying it, that's them. It's literally them. They're the ones saying it. I'm just translating for you. And then he says, once again, curse the one who gave the order. So he's literally cursing President Trump, right? He's basically cursing President Trump. Curse the filthy bastard who laid the groundwork. Curse that filthy bastard who was behind it. Curse them. So now they're, invoking their Durka jihadi magic to curse President Trump, right? Does this look like a society or an ideology that wants to make peace with Americans? That is willing to live peacefully side by side with the infidel? That's you, by the way. You're the infidel. I'm the infidel, right? We Iranians were the infidels because, these are the Arab invaders. Like, this guy's not Iranian, he's Arab. I think he's, I don't know which third world hellhole he's from, but he's not Iranian. These people literally murder Iranians in order to remain in power in occupied Iran. How do you think they're going to treat you or your children or your grandchildren? Do you think you can actually make peace with this ideology? He's literally calling for the assassination of President Trump. And everyone's like, oh, no, right? Like, Allahu Akbar, whatever. He's like, curse them, curse them. All right, then he says, oh, woe to the day we hear anything else. Oh God, by the honor of Zahra. So guys, if you don't know, Zahra, she is one of the, concubines or, bastard daughters of one of the Arab warlords, one of the dead Arab warlords. I don't know which one. But I just know that Zahra is either a concubine or one of the, jihadi prostitutes, or she's like the bastard daughter of one of the dead Arab warlords, and they all worship her, right? Like, they have a thing for concubines or, bastard daughters or whatever. So, Zahra is like some, the concubine of one of the dead Arab warlords. So he's like, oh God, by the honor of Zahra, this the concubine of some dead Arab warlord, I beg you, every single person who had a hand in the blood of our master, Khamenei, by the right of the commander of the faithful, bring them down, crush them, and do it soon. So there you go. Oh yeah, okay, there you go. So see, there you go. Omid has it right. So yeah, so Zahra was the illegitimate child of Muhammad, because Muhammad not only did their dead Arab warlord marry like a 6-year-old. The dead Arab warlord had 11 wives, and then he had a whole bunch of sex slaves and concubines too, right? Because in Islam, you're allowed to have sex slaves if they're not Muslim. So Muhammad had a lot of non-Muslim sex slaves on top of the 11 wives that he had, including a 6-year-old, right? So Zahra is the illegitimate child of one of his concubines or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, so basically they're like, we swear on the house of or we swear on the honor of this bastard daughter of our dead Arab warlord Muhammad that we're going to seek avenge on we're going to get revenge for Khamenei, Khabar Margish, whatever. Against the infidel. That's you, right? That's you. So. And then he continues by saying, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it. And then the entire time there's like this like Durka mullah behind him, and the mullah's just like, oh, jihad, Allahu Akbar, right? So you just see like just this mullah with his like stinky turban. He's just there like, oh my gosh, yeah, like there you go. This is the thing. Oh yeah, Allahu Akbar or whatever. Anyway, so there you go. So that's what's happening. So during this, funeral procession, the Islamic regime is, they are talking about revenge. Now, let me go to, oh yeah, okay. I promised you some Jackson Hinkle. Guys, look at this. So Jackson Hinkle, the water boy of the Durkas is now okay. So first of all, remember I was talking to you about like the red flag of jihad? That's he's literally waving the red flag of jihad against the United States. And now he's like, oh, look at all these people coming out to celebrate mourn the death of Khamenei or whatever, right? Meanwhile, like, as you can see, like half the people in the back, they're not even Iranian. And I don't know how big the crowd size was, but it certainly wasn't that big. But he's definitely coping. So let's see what Jackson Hinkle, the, Russian commie jihadi terrorist sellout, has to say.
People of Iran, young and old, men and women, have been out here standing with the revolution against the United States, against the Zionists.
Remember, when he says the people are standing with the revolution, he's talking about the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat. Because I've said this before, and I've said it in my media interviews, but I'll repeat it again. The 1979 Islamic Revolution didn't end in 1979. The Islamic Revolution began in 1979, and it's basically code for jihad. So when someone like Jackson Hinkle says, oh, all these people are standing with the revolution, that's basically code for jihad. That's code for Islamic terrorism. That's code for these people want to infiltrate your countries and destroy your civilization and force all of you to convert to Islam, right? That's what the revolution means when they're talking about this.
People of Iran, young and old, men and women, have been out here standing with the revolution against the United States, against the Zionist entity and the terrorist crimes of the Trump administration and Netanyahu. If there's one thing I can tell you here tonight, it's that the people...
I don't even, like, I'm looking at the crowd behind him. I don't see a single Iranian. The people behind him all look like Pakistani or like from Bangladesh, or I don't know, like they don't look like, I don't see any Iranians there. Like these are all like they're non-Iranians.
Here want their revenge, and revenge I'm sure they will get.
Oh, look at this, guys, I told you. Look, Indonesia. It's always like the brown, rootless people who were colonized and conquered by the Arab Muslim invaders. Like, they are the worst offenders when it comes to radicalism. Like, this Durka is from Indonesia, and this Indonesia is in Iran, and she's like, oh, no, Khamenei, my leader, I'm here. Like, Khabar maggot kiss off it. Like, honestly, like, just, you rootless person, like, go learn about your, honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie, I actually feel bad. Like I pity all these like brown Muslims, right? Because they were conquered and the Arab Muslim invaders forced them to forget their culture and heritage and language and whatever. And now the only identity that they have is Islam. Indonesia has such a beautiful non-Muslim culture. Yeah, it's wild. So there you go. I told you guys, like the supporters, like the people that are filling the streets in the funeral for Khamenei, they're not even Iranian because there's not that many of them. Right? Like they literally have to bring like Jackson Hinkle, and then there's like this rootless like Indonesian, prostitute.
Again.
Teman-teman, hari ini merupakan hari kedua perpisahan dan we managed at least to.
Look now. So there's Jackson Hinkle. There's some Indonesian prostitute. Now you have like some Durka from Kenya, right? So he's a Kenyan.
To say goodbye to our leader in one way or another.
Wow, so this Kenyan guy is like, we're here to say goodbye to our leader. Whoa, how is he your leader? You're from Kenya, buddy. Like, why don't you go back to your African roots? Because he's not your leader. You're not Iranian. You're African. Like, if you're having an identity crisis, fine, maybe go back to Kenya and, figure out your life choices. But look, but this is what I mean. When I say that the Islamic regime is not Iranian, the Islamic regime is foreign invaders, and the vast majority of support for the Islamic regime comes from non-Iranians, this is what I'm talking about. You have this random guy from Kenya who's like, we're here to honor the, first of all, like, let's ignore forget about the Indonesian whore, right? But look at like the guy from Kenya. He's like, our leader.
We managed at least to say goodbye to our leader in one way or another.
Not as.
It's this coffin there, as you can.
Oh my gosh, Tanzania! Wow, we also have Durkas from Tanzania. Literally, the Islamic regime is literally grasping at straws because they've now literally like dragged Durkas from every single like third world hellhole they can think of, and they've brought them all to Iran, and they're all like, oh, we're here to mourn the death of our leader. Tanzania, guys, Tanzania, right? Do you see how jihad works? Do you see how they operate? This is how they slowly take over.
See, and this is a night vigil, second in a row, and they still have about 4 more days to go.
Of course, we got the Pakistanis. Literally, Pakistan, number 1 fake country in the world. Of course, the Pakistanis are here, right? Of course, the Pakistanis are here.
Hinter mir seht ihr die Freiheitsstraße, die Azadi-Straße in Teheran, die überfüllt ist und überflutet ist, die Menschen, die gerade aus... Lekin Rehbar ki...
Gujarati. Oh no. Okay, so this guy's an Indian Durka. So he's one of the ones that should have like gone to Pakistan, but he stayed in India. So this guy, he's basically part of like the Muslim Indian terrorists that are terrorizing Indian Hindus, right? Look,
काम से हाथ नहीं उठाया है, यानी वो इंतकाम तो होके रहेगा, सिर्फ रहबर को खुदाफिज कहने वाले, रहबर के इंतकाम को खुदाफिज हम लोग नहीं कहने वाले हैं.
Marazo dad ashqal. Okay, so this is what I want to point out about this video. So I'm going to play it again without interruptions. But here's the thing. Do you notice how the Islamic regime is pushing out all these videos of people supporting their dead Muslim pedophile dictator, but none of them are Iranian, right? So the Islamic regime wants to make it appear as if the entire world supports them. But what this is actually showing is that no Iranian supports the Islamic regime, right? They don't have enough Iranian supporters, okay? This is why they're relying on non-Iranian influencers, content creators, whatever, right? Because they don't have enough Iranian support. So they literally have to rely on the non-Iranians to make it appear as if like, oh yeah, we have a lot of support, right? But ultimately, the most important thing that you have to keep in mind is how many Iranians actually support the Islamic regime. And where are the Iranians? And all this footage that I'm sharing with you, all we're seeing is non-Iranians. Where are the Iranians? And what are they doing? Right? Why is the Islamic regime not sharing footage from the Iranians? Why are they sharing footage from, people from garbage third world jihadi countries?
People of Iran, young and old, men and women, have been out here standing with the revolution against the United States, against the Zionist entity, and the terrorist crimes of the Trump administration and Netanyahu. If there's one thing I can tell you here tonight, it's that the people here want their revenge, and revenge I'm sure they will get.
Teman-teman, hari ini merupakan hari kedua perpisahan dan
we managed at least to say goodbye to our leader in one way or another.
It's his coffin there, as you can see, and this is a night vigil, second in a row, and they still have about 4 more days to go.
Hinter mir seht ihr die Freiheitsstraße, die Azadi-Straße in Teheran, die überfüllt ist und überflutet ist, die Menschen, die gerade auf...
लेकिन रैबर की इंतकाम से हाथ नहीं उठाया है, यानी वो इंतकाम तो होके रहेगा, सिर्फ रैबर को खुदाफिज कहने वाले, रैबर के इंतकाम को खुदाफिज हम लोग नहीं कहने वाले हैं.
There you go. Not a single Iranian. But what are the Iranians actually doing? What are the Iranians doing and saying? And what are they thinking? I've been live streaming for about 2.5 hours now without break. I do need a little bit of a break. So I'm going to go really quickly to your questions and comments. And then I'm going to take a short break, but I will be back because I have so much more to share with you. And I figured probably better to just keep this live stream going. It's up to you guys. I could end this live stream and start another one in about half an hour, or I could take a short break and I could play 2C TV. What do you guys prefer? Do you want me to end the live stream and start another one in about half an hour, or should I just keep this going? I feel like I should probably end it and then maybe start another one. Oh, you want to keep it going? Omid says keep it going. Keep it going? 2C update? Okay. All right. So let's do that. We'll do a 2C break because we all love 2C. Okay, let me go to a couple of your super chats really quick. So Red Dragon says, thank you, Goldie. Thank you very much, Red Dragon. Thank you. And then Eli says, Blurk. Yeah, that's in response to the Durkas. I agree. All right. Okay, guys, I will keep it going. So in that case, let me just get this set up because I do need to take a little bit of a break, but I will play 2C TV and then I will be back. And let me just do this really quick. Sorry, guys. Because I have a lot more footage to share with you. I really do. And I don't want any of you guys to miss this. But Okay, so I have my intermission thing going, and let me just change the layout here. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to take about 20-minute break. We'll get the Tusi TV update, and then I will be back to continue with more footage of Khamenei. And guys, I'm telling you, we're just getting started. Should I show you my behind the scenes notes? Because I have so much. Look at this, guys. When I tell you that I have a lot of footage, I'm not exaggerating. It's going to be a long night. Look at this. Look at all this stuff that I have here to share. Like, do you see all this? Like, we're literally just getting started. So, yeah. There you go. So stick around because there's going to be a lot more coming up. All right, guys. I will see all of you soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Tusi, and the infighting between the government and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in Iran escalates now out in public in front of international media at this S show that is Ali Khamenei's funeral in Tehran. We're going to give you guys the latest update as the Islamic occupation in Iran continue their funeral performance circus every single day. They can't just do one day. They're going to have to keep going and then going and going. It's like North Korea. And we are also going to do something every day. As they continue, we also continue. What? Oh, yes, of course. We are still celebrating the 4th of July. If they go, the funeral started at the same time as 4th of July. So we are going to be celebrating this with you guys by giving you guys an extremely insane and limited offer to join Tusi TV Plus. Yes, if you use the promo code USA50, you will get 50% off annual memberships, not monthly, annual, the yearly ones, by visiting offers.tusi.tv. It's offers.tusi.tv. The link is also in the description, also on the screen, at the bottom of the screen throughout the whole show. Become a member, support the channel, but also get full access to our streaming service and everything else. The app, the Tusi TV app is back on the Apple Store. We had some issues with Apple. That got resolved. So kill your app store, open the app store, search Tusi TV, and you can download it again. But the code only works on the website, not on the app. So don't do that. Don't make the same mistake. Anyway, let's go to Tehran. Let's go to the peaceful funerals. It's largely peaceful because the tensions between the government side, who are negotiating with the United States, and the IRGC side, who are actually running the country, is getting a little bit tense as the police that is under the control of the government have now arrested a number of the hardliners, as they call them, for turning the funeral into a protest against the negotiations with the US. Absolute insanity. All right, so first things first, this is what we're dealing with. The banner in Tehran saying, "We will end you, Donald. Thank you for your attention to this matter." You know what? At least I give it to them. I appreciate their level of banter, fine. But if you continue to threaten the life of President Trump, it's not going to end well for you. Just a very, very basic advice to the Islamist nutters in Iran. But we're going to explain, I'm going to show you in this video, in this live stream, what's actually been going on today, what caused the infighting, and how they are managing this, because they can't. They have international media in Tehran. They got CNN, they got Sky News from the United Kingdom, BBC, and all the others. And they couldn't really stop them from filming the funeral that's turned into a protest against the government. I mean, it's absolute insanity. There's also a very basic misunderstanding, or as I call it, fake news, about the number of people who have turned out. A lot of people in the media are lying to the world about the level of support for the Islamic regime in Iran. Before we begin, let's go to the first video we have from today in Tehran as they decided to be creative. They created more large posters and banners threatening not just President Trump, but a number of others. Some of them, I'm like, why would you even bother? You got Laura Loomer, you've got Ben Shapiro, Lindsey Graham, and a number of others. Let's quickly go to that, saying basically, sooner or later, your heads will roll.
We have some targets here for you.
Ben Shapiro, we got President Trump, and Laura Loomer's up there. I mean, it's just so weird. Lindsey Graham is such a weird behavior. Anyway, at least that means that these guys are quite in touch with what's actually happening outside of Iran. By the way, they don't have the brain of themselves. So all this is coming from the IRGC's propaganda machine. And they are the ones who are basically monitoring everything that happens online, outside of Iran in general, in the media, in the political side. And then they feed it to their minions. That's basically how this whole thing works. These are just a bunch of sheep who just follow the orders coming from the regime. And the problem with this is that there are two sides giving orders. One is the IRGC, who are occupying Iran, obviously. And the other is the government, who are also, again, part of the Islamic regime. They're all part of the same team, but they have internal issues. And they've had internal issues since the early 1990s. And to be fair, literally since Ali Khamenei suddenly became an Ayatollah last minute in order to become supreme leader. Imagine finding a newly joined priest, and then you suddenly make him an archbishop, and then make him a pope out of nowhere, with no scrutiny, with none of the process that you have to go through. That's what happened with Ali Khamenei. And since then, you've had a massive split. At times it got tense, and now it's getting completely embarrassing. But despite the warning coming from the government side, now they like to call themselves reformists or moderates, but there's no such thing. It's just two different wings. Let's just call it this side and that side. That's all it is. They're all nutters. They're all terrorists anyway. But the government side, obviously led by the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, they have been negotiating with the US because they are terrified of what's going to happen to them. Whereas the IRGC side, the full-on IRGC side, the military side, they don't care. They want war. And that's the best option for them, because the leadership of the IRGC military will go into hiding. So they don't care if everybody else on the streets get killed. They want war. They don't want negotiations. The government warned everybody at the funeral today, do not turn the funeral into a protest. Do not protest against our own government in Iran when we are negotiating with the Americans. So the IRGC supporters started to turn up and chant, "We don't want a deal. We want Trump's head." Subtitles. Yeah, he didn't get Trump's head. The only thing you've gotten so far is part of your supreme leader's head, Ali Khamenei. That's basically, but whatever is left of him in the casket. And your current supreme leader remains invisible. So, and President Trump is having a great time playing golf and running the United States and basically managing the world. So they can chant. They've been chanting since 1979. So just let them do it. Let them get out the energy. But despite all that, the police arrested a number of people. Obviously, they can't keep them because Ahmad Vahidi, who's the head of the IRGC military, will basically lash out against the police. Technically speaking, the police are under the control of the government. But the government are also the puppets of the IRGC military. It's a bit of a mess. It's don't bother trying to figure out what's going on. it's not an easy situation. But the rest of it became chaotic. So absolute chaos erupted at the funeral as you had the regime loyalists loyal to the IRGC and the invisible supreme leader, turning up. And the whole thing was so chaotic that the government side, who are organizing this, pushed them out. And then they were complaining in front of the international media. We got this video of them complaining, and a lot of them decided to basically start leaving after the mess that started. Yeah, they're a little bit disappointed. Subtitles. They don't value us.
متاسفانه الان مردم ساعت 9:15 صبح مردم دارن برمیگردن که انبوه مردم
They're all going back. They're all going.
سمت امام حسین.
Everyone's disappointed. We're bringing them to sacrifice. It's a complete mess.
توکل به خدا. دم شما گرم، دم مردم گرم. ان شاءالله مدیریت هم درست بشه. واقعا جفا بود در حق مردم این نحوه مدیریت.
It's injustice. Injustice.
در حق رهبر. بله، در حق رهبر.
مردم ما واقعا مظلومیتش اینجا هم ثابت شد که حتی مردم
If this whole thing continues, and it will continue, you're going to have a situation where all these nutters are going to start marching again towards the government buildings, and they're going to start hunting down the government side because they don't trust them. They see them as sellouts because they see them as those who have surrendered to President Trump by even negotiating, let alone agreeing to negotiate some of the aspects of the deal. Now, the Islamic regime, the Islamic Republic, they promised a historic turnout. They said tens of millions of people are going to turn out. Well, we've had only a few 100,000 people coming out, mostly just basically occupying the Revolution Square and the 4 streets that basically leads to it. Completely messed up organization of it. Extreme heat. They promised free food and drinks to every single person. Only some people receive that. And that's what they turn up because, you know, they're also desperate. The regime supporters are also desperate. So they could do with some free food and drinks. It's like the Palestinian protests in the West. And but they don't even value their own people. They can't even control their own crowd. It's been absolutely embarrassing once again. The only thing that's been going well for the IRGC since the war was the ingenious plan to have the leaders hide in hospitals and in basically bunkers and just get the junior members to go out, launch ballistic missiles and drones. That tactic actually worked. Oh, they absolutely managed to prevent the Americans and the Israelis from winning the war within the first few weeks. That worked. But that's not really how you fight if you're brave. That's how you fight when you are a coward. Even though they've lost their bases and the Air Force and all the big naval assets, they are still breathing because their leaders don't care about the rest of their own supporters and their own members. They hide, they get them out to launch missiles. Some of them get killed. The Israelis and the Americans killed them, but they got more. They keep having more. And all the others are ready to become a martyr. And that's exactly how the Islamic regime is still standing. Just about, barely, but they're still standing. And that's why obviously the US military were like, oh, but we thought they're going to surrender. These people don't surrender. They're not just going to run away. You're going to have to keep hitting them. But airstrikes is not really the only option. But the chaotic turnout outside of the main square, they paid people to still turn up and wait there. And this is what happened, which wasn't shown in the media. This. So the procession was supposed to go through the middle. And they say, guys, just sit in the middle. Everything's fine. You guys are paid. You are loyal. They're probably relatives of the IRGC personnel. And that's all they managed to keep. Everybody else started to leave. They were angry, they were disappointed, and the rest of them were arrested. So again, it's a temporary arrest. They're not going to do anything because they're terrified of the head of the IRGC, what he's going to do. So this is what's going on. This is a crazy nonsense. But yeah, I mean, the footage that we've had, they still brought out the same level as they have previously brought out, just a few 100,000 people. Obviously, it fills the square. It's the Revolution Square is a small square. It's not really a big place. Small square, 4 streets, and I'll show you the video where they were chanting about no deal, we want Trump's head. That massive crowd was obviously a few 100,000, but they have also 5% obviously support them. That's about 5 million. Where is the rest of the regime? Where are they? That's the main point. But they also had a banner with President Trump's face. Instead of focusing on the funeral, they just love performance and stunts, publicity stunts. And they started to throw stones at the banner. I think they genuinely thought that's President Trump. Look at this. They're throwing stones at Trump. What is this? It's so embarrassing. It's so weird. It's just like, watch this again. Also, number one, that is not safe. There are people literally underneath the banner. You're hitting them, you idiots. Especially because number two, so many of them missed the target. It's not even that difficult. Why are you bothering if you can't aim properly? So I don't know what happened to those underneath the banner. Wow. Karma, I guess. But despite the fact that the police kept saying don't protest, not this bit, they're fine with this bit, but they don't protest against the Islamic Republic government when it comes to negotiations. They continue to do it. They don't care because they know, these weirdos, they know they have the backing of Ahmad Vahidi, the head of the IRGC military. But stones were not enough. Clearly, this didn't send the message properly to the White House. They thought if they throw stones at this banner, President Trump is, I don't know, he's going to die or he's going to surrender. So they came up with a new plan. Once that failed, they started to print out pictures of President Trump, put it on the ground, and hit it with slippers and shoes. I'm not kidding. Watch this. Look at the slipper. Hit it with a slipper. Hit it. Use the slipper. That's it. The United States of America has now surrendered following this wide-scale attack on a piece of paper with President Trump's face. They picked a good photo, though. That's a nice photo of President Trump. But what is this nonsense? Crazy stuff. But at the same time, the rest of them were still focusing on what they were supposed to be doing. Crying. Don't forget, it's a funeral, not just a publicity stunt. So let's go to some of them who were crying like a baby. Absolute meltdown. Why? Because there are cameras. Cameras filming them. You have to cry hard. Oh, watch this. Look at that crowd. This is literally what happened in North Korea when Kim Jong-il died. Do you remember this? On the left, we're going to have North Korea. On the right, we're going to have Iran. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Oh no. Hafizat Tariqi, big shout out to these guys for doing this. This was found on online. It's brilliant. This is my favorite part. This guy, the guy on the right, the IRDC guy, he starts crying, then he pauses. Firstly, look at that screenshot, that moment. Like, he cries and then he stops. Watch this. He cries, stops. He's taking a break. Like, okay, 1, 2, 3. Why is it clapping? Anyway, while that's been going on, they realized, well, that's not good enough. They tried throwing stones at the banner. They tried to hit a printed photo of President Trump with a slipper. That didn't work. So they had an effigy of President Trump, hanging it, and thinking that might do the job. Watch this. Questions. Why is he wearing socks but not shoes? Where are the shoes? If he's not wearing shoes, what's the point of wearing socks? Secondly, I don't know, he looks... Is that the best he could do? This is terribly made. Absolutely embarrassing. If you're going to threaten the leader of the free world, do it properly. It's embarrassing. Also, that tie is very short. I'm trying to give them advice. Like, if you're going to be barbaric, at least be efficient about it. But they're not very good, are they? So that's what we've been dealing with this since 1979, by the way. You would think by this point they'll be more advanced, but no. I'm pretty sure they were better back then compared to this level of barbaric amateurism that we are getting now. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has confirmed that obviously we had to take out Ali Khamenei, the previous supreme leader, because he wanted to destroy the state of Israel. And of course, recently, Prime Minister Netanyahu also confirmed that the war in Iran is not over. This is just a break. And Israel Katz today said that we plan to take out every single person in the IRGC leadership because they also plan to wipe out the state of Israel. Obviously, there's never going to be peace. Don't listen to Pakistan with their peace deal announcements. This is just a break for obvious reasons. And this will continue until one side is defeated. Either the Western civilization or a few 100,000 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps members.
And he is absolutely correct about that. So this is what I mean when I say that their revolution didn't end in 1979. Their Islamic revolution began in 1979, and you know, they call themselves the revolutionaries because that's basically code for jihad, because their goal is to eradicate Western civilization. So you can never make peace. You can never make peace with these Durkas. But let's continue, guys. I'm back. So let me just wait. Where's my banner here? Let's go back to the banners, the proper ones, and let's continue because I have a lot more footage that I want to share with you guys. So let's go here. And okay, I'm going to turn off the comments here so that you guys can actually see the video and the subtitles. But this is like, this is one of the, you know, the concubines of the Islamic regime. And she's, you know, crying. And she's like, oh my gosh, we're so sorry, Khamenei. Like, let's watch this. You can watch along with the subtitles, and we can all laugh together. Oh wait, it's on mute. Here. So she's like, my leader, please forgive us, for we do not truly recognize your worth. Pray for the young people of our country. Pray for our country. By country, she means, you know, the Islamic regime. So she's like, pray for the Islamic invaders of Iran. You know what's wild about this video? So back in 2022, Mahsa Amini was murdered by the Islamic regime morality police for showing this much hair, okay? So she was wearing her mandatory hijab, but her hair was showing too much, and so the Islamic regime morality police, they beat her to death for showing literally this much hair. And now the prostitutes and the concubines of the Islamic regime are out in the streets showing the exact same amount, if not more, hair. And they're just like, oh, we love Khamenei, blah, blah, blah. And they're being promoted. Do you see the hypocrisy? Yeah. This is what the Islamic regime looks like when the world is watching. But when the world looks away, and then when the world forgets about the plight of the Iranian people who are occupied by these Muslim Nazi jihadi terrorists, they literally murder us for showing this much hair. Yeah, this concubine is showing even more hair, right? Like, when Mahsa Amini was murdered by the Islamic regime morality police, she was showing much less hair than this. This is the hypocrisy of the Islamic regime. Keep that in mind. She's also covering her face so that she won't be recognized, right? Because these Durkas who support the Islamic regime, they all know that the Islamic regime is collapsing, right? They all know the Islamic regime is going to fall sooner rather than later. So they're covering their faces in order to try and hide their identity because they don't want to be recognized. But, you know, unfortunately for her, Iranians are very smart at identifying people. So I guarantee you she's already been identified. But yeah, that's why she's wearing a mask. She's wearing a mask to try and cover her. It's like the Antifa tactics, right? You know how Antifa, they wear masks and they cover their faces to try and avoid being identified? It's the same thing with the Islamic regime Durkas. And then so now she's saying to all the people, please pray a great deal. Our country is in need of your prayers. I wish you had stayed with us longer so we could have served you more and appreciated your value. Look at all these Durkas worshipping like a dead Muslim pedophile. Beautiful, beautiful therapy. I love that. Good, cry. Don't worry. We'll find you. We'll identify you. Let's get to a little bit more Durka, and then we're going to get to some more footage. So. Oh my gosh, they're literally freaking out. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm bringing you Durka. I feel like I need to, like, you know, right? Like, we're getting into, like, full Haydar mode. We're getting into full Haydar mode. Remember, guys, Imam Reza, right? Imam Reza is one of the, like, dead Arab warlords that the Shias worship, right? So Imam Riza is not Iranian. Imam Riza is like a dead Arab warlord, right? So they're all like, he's like, our leader. They're talking about Khamenei. So Khamenei, who's not Iranian anyway, he's from like Iraq or Najaf or whatever. He's like, our dead leader is devoted to this other dead Arab warlord that died 1400 years ago, right? And then he's like, his messages are our path to salvation, right? So they're basically saying, jihad is our salvation, right? Oh wait, so remember when they say Imam Zaman, right? So when they're talking about the Imam of Time, okay, the Imam of Time, that's like the Armageddon one, right? That the Imam Zaman, he's the one that's stuck in the well, like that girl from The Ring, you know. And then apparently, you know, whenever that Imam comes out of the well that he's stuck in, that's when you get to Armageddon, right? So they're like, Khamenei's command is a command of the, you know, the demon Imam that's stuck in the well, and as soon as he comes out, Armageddon begins, right? It's literally like the Durka version of The Ring. So I don't know, is it just me, or this song kind of, it's like a bop. It's like they're all like la 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 jihad la 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 la, like the death Imam or whatever, right? He's not standing behind you like a mountain. He's more like standing behind you like a pile of rubble that was basically stuck in a freezer for 6 months because you were too afraid to bury him. Yeah. Guys, the cope is wild. Honestly, this song is kind of a bop. It's kind of a bop. I don't know. I feel like right? Like, come on. Let's listen to this again before we continue. Like, these people are coping so hard. Israel and the United States, by the way, God bless America. I'm Israel Chai. They exterminated their, you know, Muslim pedophile jihadi leader like the garbage that he was. They literally wiped him off the face of the planet. There is literally nothing left of him because the coffin was so light, right? Like the coffin is empty. That's how light it was. And then these people are like making songs. They're like, Armageddon's gonna come and our leader is in the well, whatever. Anyways, it's a pretty cool bop. Let's listen to that again because, you know, Feridun Fadlzad and I, we're really enjoying this one. We're enjoying this one.
رهبرمون پیر و مرادمونه امام رضایی و مهربونه پیامهاش راه نجاتمونه ما رو به اوج قله میرسونه امرش امر صاحب الزمونه غیور مثل کوه پشتمونه.
Wow. The level of cope with these Durka jihadis is absolutely wild. Okay. Guys, I have so much funeral footage to share with you. What you've experienced so far, that's just the pre-show. That's just the pre-show. We're now getting into the actual clown show of the funeral of the dead supreme dictator. Oh, Raging Krogan is like, why does this sound like a satanic seance? Because it is. They're literally satanic. They're literally demons. It's a demon ideology. It's a demon cult. They're literally demons and they worship Satan. So the reason it sounds like a satanic seance is because they literally worship the devil. It's a demon cult. It's a demon ideology, right? So, having said that, let's get to the main show. Okay. I got subtitles here, guys, so you can follow along.
خیلی تهمت خود جز مهربونی چی ازش ندیدم جز مهربونی هیچی واقعا ندیدم
Oh no, guys! Oh no, the Dementors! Look at them! They literally Dementors. The Dementors are wailing. They're like, oh, our satanic pedophile Muslim leader is dead. Oh my gosh, guys! This is honestly, this is so therapeutic. By the way, okay, so yeah, that one kind of, oh, you know, that one looks like a Nazgul. You guys know the Nazguls, right? From like Lord of the Rings, where it's like, it covers their faces, and then you only see like the bottom half. Like that's what they are. But here's the interesting thing. Look at the image on the bottom half of the screen. Do you see all the empty space in the crowd? Do you see all that empty space? And yet, for some reason, the mainstream media is going around saying that, oh, I don't know, 20 million people showed up. Does this look like a crowd of 20 million? Like, they're literally like spreading out to fill up like the spaces because there's not enough people showing up, right? And yet they're claiming this is 20 million. Yeah, okay. Music to my ears. Got it. Wow. Okay, you know what? We need to watch that again. But guys, I have the perfect music for this, and I think you know the music choice. I think you know the music choice here, because this is so good. This is so good. Ah, music to my ears, guys. good. So good. Honestly, like, that's like the official Durka music, right? For the Islamic regime. Any single time that like I post a video and I change the audio to like, the circus music, it always fits perfectly. Why is that? That's because the Islamic regime is a joke. I mean, it's a dangerous joke, right? Like the Islamic regime is literally murdering innocent Iranians every day, but they're literally still a joke, right? Okay, so now remember last week before I was gone for the weekend to travel, we unlocked a character on the Boom Boom Mingo sheet. Someone that we had been speaking about for quite a while. General Skidmark. Remember him? And remember, I explained to you the reason that he has a skid mark on his forehead is because he literally rubs like the Islamic prayer thing on his forehead to leave a mark. And General Skidmark, also known as Vahidi, he had not been seen since February 28th. He had been hiding in a bunker because, he's obviously afraid for his life, as he should be. So General Skidmark was spotted last week in a photo. And, it was like a green lighting, and he looked all demonic, and he didn't really look too good. General Skidmark is also the reason why the IRGC keeps on breaking the so-called MOU or ceasefire and attacking various cargo ships and, different Persian Gulf countries in the Middle East. It's because General Skidmark is literally insane. Anyone who has guys, let me put it this way. Any Muslim who has a skid mark on their forehead, that's basically sort of like a show-off thing. That basically, like, they're showing off to other Muslims by saying, like, look at me, I'm so pious, I pray so much, like I'm all about jihad and Durka and blah, blah, blah. Right? Like, these people literally just, like, rub this, like, piece of clay on their forehead so that they have a permanent skid mark, so that they can then have bragging rights about how they're, like, very, religious Muslims or whatever, and they're basically saying it's basically another way of saying that they're 100% committed to jihad. So this is General Skidmark, and he's, of course, responsible for the IRGC, right? There's General Skidmark, and he was unlocked last week. We've spoken a lot about him, but we hadn't seen him. And a lot of people were like, is he alive? Is he dead? We don't know. So we had proof on Friday that he's alive with a photo. But now we actually have footage. Guys, we have footage of General Skidmark, aka Vahidi.
همه فریاد بزنیم ای پسر فاطمه تسلیت تسلیت.
It's this guy, this Durka right here, okay? Wait, were they making, okay, so that's him right there. Wait, were they French kissing? What was going on there? Whoa, look at that. Look at this. This guy literally just goes, he just dives right in. He just dives right in. He's like making out with General Skidmark's neck and face. Oh my God, like, whoa. What is that? Could you imagine if, like, I don't know, like the top general from your country was going in the crowd and then people were just like going up to him and like making out with him and like licking his neck and stuff? And then these people are trying to like hold him back, right? They're like, okay, buddy, like don't make out with General Skidmark. And they're all like, yo, Hussein, right? They're like worshiping the dead Arab warlords, right? So they're like, Hussein. So Hussein is one of their dead Arab warlords that died in like Iraq or something, right? So they're all like, "Ya Hussein," and then everyone's like trying to make out with General Skidmark.
Ya Hussein! Ya Haydar!
Oh, of course, Ya Hey Dad. Guys, remember Hey Dad? Hey Dad is like the Durka version of jihad, so it's like Ya Hey Dad, right? So they're basically saying like, you know, hey jihad, right? Hey Dad.
Ya Haydar!
Wow. Okay, guys. You know what we got to do? You know what we got to do? So now that we've seen General Skidmark, you know exactly what we got to do. It always fits, like it fits so well every single time. Every single time there's like a Durka video, it just gives you energy, you know, it just gives you energy. Okay. Oh my God, guys, we have an elder Durka. We have an elder Durka who showed up to the Islamic regime funeral of their dead Muslim pedophile dictator. Jannati. Who is Jannati? Let me just share like a quick overview of Jannati. Guys, this is like, you know, like how in Pokemon, like, you know, when you're collecting Pokemon, there's like rare Pokemon and then there's like the shiny Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. Gotta bomb them all. I agree. Like Pokemon, it's gotta catch them all. With the IRGC, it's like gotta bomb them all. Yeah, it's a shiny Pokemon. Yeah, we found a shiny one, guys. Guys, this one's an elder Durka. He was born in 1927. He's literally 99 years old. I don't know how these mullahs live this long. Like my theory is that the reason that these mullahs, these Durka jihadi mullahs live this long is because they're literally vampires and demons, and they feed off of the blood of Iranian people. Like that's the only logical theory that I can think of. Because how the hell are these people, these demons, still alive? Like they're literally demons. Like, why aren't you dead already? Like, خبر مرگ چرا هنوز زنده؟ برو بمیر. Like you've been is 99 years of, you know, causing death and destruction and jihad on the planet not enough for you, you satanic evil demon, that you're still alive? Yeah, this is Jannati, okay? He has, you know, anti-LGBTQ rhetoric and opposition to secularism. He's been involved with the Islamic regime since 1980. Okay? 1980. So this guy is one of the main architects of the Islamic regime and all the evil that they've done. Okay? This is him in 2020, by the way. But he was spotted at the funeral of Khamenei, Khamenei'S. And for some reason, he's still alive. Like, نمیفهمم چرا اینا هنوز نمیمیرن. Like, برو بمیر دیگه, برو بمیر. Like, just go die. Go die. You're 99 years old. Have you not inflicted enough suffering on the Iranian people? Like, why are you still alive? You're 99 years old. Like, go die. They literally don't die. I'm telling you, these people are vampires. It's like the more evil you are, the more I don't know, innocent young Iranians you murder. It's like the longer you stay alive. I don't know. It's insane. Anyways, here he is. Here he is at the funeral of Khamenei. Wait, is there no audio? Okay. Wait. Look at him. Madgish. Look at him. Look at him. The demon can't even walk. Like, look at him. Do you see that? Like, why are you still alive? Just go die. Bora bemir. I don't understand. Right? Like, these are the most, we're talking about the most evil people on earth, right? Like, these are literally people who thrive off of murdering innocent, unarmed Iranians just because they want to live in a free, secular, democratic society, right? Like, all these Durkas are coming out. Look. So gross. But there you go. So we spotted a rare, shiny Pokemon. Let's see if we can find him on the Durka Boom Boom Bingo sheet. Let's see, where's Jannati? Khabar Margish. I don't know where he's gonna be. Is he down here? Let's see, is he here? Like, he's so old, he might not even be on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. I have to double check here. Let's see. No, he's not here. See, they got younger Durkas here. No, he's not there. He wouldn't be here. Jannati. I don't think he would be here. If anyone spots him, let me know. But, like, I don't see him on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet because, like, he's literally just so old that he's become... It's not that he's irrelevant, but because he's 90, like, literally, because this, like, because that particular Durka is 99 years old, he's not really on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet anymore because he's just too old. So I think he's one of the 86, right? So all of the like these two demons in a plus 86. So Jannati is probably like within here. Only because he's so old, he's literally 99 years old, that they wouldn't have him. Oh no, guys, no! We unlocked it. We unlocked a new box on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. I found him. He's here. He's here in the Guardian Council box. Look at this. There he is. There he is. Okay, guys. There you go. Jannati, right there. Khabar Margish. Look at all these Durkas, right? Look at them. Look at them. Wait, what's going on here? Look at them. Khabar Margish hamashun. Here they are. There they are. There they are. That's Jannati. Unlocked. Okay, so he is on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet. Khabar Margish. Look at it. The Guardian Council, they're literally all stinky mullahs with their stinky turbans, right? Literally. All garbage people. Like, why are you still alive? Guys, what is even the purpose of the Guardian Council? I don't understand, right? Some people are like, oh, the Islamic regime is a normal, regular, democratic society. Okay. I'm a parliamentarian. I was a politician in Canada for 7 years. I was in Canadian politics for 10 years. We don't have a Guardian Council in Canada. What the heck is a Guardian Council? Right? All of these positions, all of these groups, they're all fake. Okay? Look at this. Guardian Council. And the Guardian Council is there to guard, Islam from the Iranian people. خبر مرگ همشون. But there you go. So this is we unlocked a rare shiny Pokemon. There's Jannati, okay? Jannati خبر مرگش. Here he is, right? So توف تو روحه. There you go. So there is Jannati on the Boom Boom Bingo sheet right there. Okay. So everyone who's keeping score, we've unlocked a new box and a new Pokemon. We found the shiny Pokemon. خبر مرگت. برو بمیر. All right. Now, on top of everything else, I know I think we already shared this on like Mahir Tusi shared this, but I just want to share it again. So Islamic regime supporters threw rocks and projectiles at an image of President Trump hanging from an overpass. But they weren't hurting Trump. Instead, they were hitting their own supporters. This is the hilarity of this, right? Like this is literally how stupid these people are. They're trying to throw rocks at this poster that the Islamic regime made of President Trump, right? And he looks really scared. And then here it says Rahayetan nimikonim, which basically means we won't leave you alone. So basically, this is a poster that the Islamic, keep in mind, guys, keep in mind, okay? This is important. President Trump is currently negotiating with the Islamic regime, and President Trump is claiming, and President Trump and J.D. Vance and others are supposedly claiming that the Islamic regime is more moderate and they are willing to engage in peace with the United States, the great Satan. But when I tell you that their lips are moving, when I tell you that the lips of the Islamic regime, if they're moving, they're lying, I'm not exaggerating, because they might say one thing to J.D. Vance or President Trump or his negotiators or whatever. But that's lying. That's taqiyya, right? Because in their religious ideology, they are allowed to lie to non-Muslims. They're allowed to lie to the infidel, to the kafir. That's you, that's me, that's 90 million Iranians, right? In fact, according to their religion, they have a duty and a responsibility to lie to the non-Muslims, the infidels, for the purposes of protecting their jihad and Allah and Muhammad and, their dead Arab warlords. So this is why in the negotiations, they might say things like, oh yeah, we want peace, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, back in occupied Iran, the same people who are in charge are putting up government-issued banners like this one, which shows an image of President Trump apparently looking frightened, and it says, Rahayetan nimikonim, which means we won't leave you alone. This is basically a threat to President Trump, right? So the threat is that we will never give up. We will never leave you alone. We will never stop trying to assassinate you, okay? That's the meaning behind this poster that the Islamic regime put up. But what's really hilarious is that, there's a huge crowd, okay? There's a huge crowd. And all the Durkas are trying to throw stones at the poster. Now, the poster is too high up. So the stones are missing the mark, but they're falling on other Durkas. So they're literally attacking and injuring one another, right? It's like Durka on Durka. Friendly, it's like Durka fire. I don't want to say friendly fire, but it's like, Durka fire, right? Look at all the stones. So all the falling, and then all these people. And by the way, most of them are not even Iranian, right? Because they're literally like third world, inbred, low IQ. But the stones are falling on the people here. The people are like, trying to go away, right? So yeah, I guess no one ever taught them about, I don't know, the law of gravity. Oh, so I shouldn't say law. Apparently it's the theory of gravity, but in this case, the theory is accurate, right? So like so over here, like if you pay attention here, you know what? Let me make the screen bigger because this is too good. This is too good. Okay. So you can see like down here. So I'm going to go back to the beginning and I'm going to slow down the video here. Let me slow down the video. So you can see like the people, like look at this guy. This guy has his hand up. Okay. He's like, oh no. He's like, oh no, 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 right? Like look at him. He's like, oh no, the stones are hitting my head. And then all these other people. And then they're eventually like, run away, right? Like look at all the people right here raising their hands. Okay. So I'm going to go back to the beginning and let me add some good music and then we can watch this and we can there you go. So there's some, some Islamic regime Durka stupidity for you guys. Yeah. Literally, like that's how stupid these people are. Like I can't, like when I want to tell you how stupid they are, I can't even begin. I can't even begin. So it's just absolutely insane. Okay, now let's go to this one. So if you think that the Islamic regime actually wants to make peace, yeah, here's what they were saying at Khamenei'S funeral. They're literally chanting, "Death to America." Yeah. These are the people that supposedly JD Vance and the Democrats and others are like, oh yeah, we can make peace with them. These people don't pose a threat to the United States. Yeah, okay.
در این انتقام کوتاهی که زنده ایم فقط از برای خونخواهی کسی که کشت امام مرا چرا نکشی که ننگ ماست.
Wow, so he's okay. So I know you can read along with the subtitles, but I have to say this part out loud. So he's basically saying, we do not do it in this short revenge, that we are alive only for blood of the vengeance. He's like, whoever killed my imam, okay? And then he says, he's like, whoever killed our imam, they mean their dead pedophile Khamenei. He's like, whoever killed him, why shouldn't we kill him? Right? So they're basically saying, why shouldn't we assassinate President Trump? He's like, it is our shame if we do not kill your killer. So basically, he's like speaking to like a corpse, right? He's like, it's our shame, you dead Muslim pedophile, if we don't kill President Trump, your killer, right? So there you go. This is the Islamic regime. They're not mincing words, are they? They're literally not mincing words. They're not hiding the fact that they want to not only engage in terrorism against the United States, but they want to assassinate President Trump. And, if anyone is like, oh, well, this is just a random person. No. This is not a random person. This is an official part of the funeral ceremony of Khamenei. So as part of the official program orchestrated by the Islamic regime, Part of that state funeral is someone giving a speech about how they want to assassinate President Trump and how it is every Muslim's responsibility to assassinate President Trump. So you can't even say that this is like a one-off thing. This is a state-sponsored and state-approved funeral for Khamenei. And at the funeral, they are literally bringing people who are like, we want to assassinate President Trump. Whoa! Oh my gosh, guys! He didn't mince words, did he? He's like, oh my gosh, look at this! Like I was just translating the Durka earlier, but now he literally flat out says it. He's like, I swear by your blood, killing Trump is our duty. Guys, this is at the state funeral of the dead Muslim pedophile Khamenei, right? The Islamic regime is literally saying that the assassination of President Trump is their duty, right? There you go. Welcome to the Islamic nightmare that we Iranians have been dealing with for the last 47 years. Absolutely insane. Absolutely wild. This is why I say you can't negotiate with them. You can't negotiate with these people. You can't reason with them. They're not human. They're literal demons, okay? They're demons. The only way to deal with these demons is to wipe them off the face of the planet, right? You exterminate them. The same way that you get rid of cancer, okay? You don't appease cancer. You don't try to negotiate with cancer. You don't go 50-50 with cancer. The only way to treat someone who has cancer is to eradicate every single cancer cell. That's the same thing with the Islamic regime. The only way to deal with the Islamic regime is to eradicate every single last one of them. Maraz. Okay, by the way, do you notice how the video is blurry? There's a reason the footage is blurry and distorted. That's because the crowds aren't actually that big. I guarantee you the crowds are much smaller. Remember, I showed you footage of this earlier, right? This is the actual size of the crowd, okay? This is the actual size of the crowd. This is where, here, let me make this bigger. So this is a strategy and this is a technique. So this is a technique that the Islamic regime constantly uses, okay? Because I know a lot of you were asking about it. So here's the actual crowd, okay? This is the actual crowd size. However, it's so funny, oh my gosh. And I mean, like, we Iranians, we already know this, right? Because like these are the, tactics that the Islamic regime has been using for 47 years. We're used to it, right? Like we can see this propaganda, this fake AI stuff from like a mile away, right? Like we Iranians, we're very good at like rooting out Durka and, recognizing the red flags when it comes to Durka or fake news or propaganda, right? So this is the reality right here. And you can see this video is very clear. Okay, it's very clear. And you can see a lot of empty spaces, right? A lot of empty spaces here. However, this is the official footage. This is literally the official footage that the Islamic regime is putting out. The reason that this is, first of all, it's distorted. You can tell it's distorted. And the reason that it's super low quality is because all of these crowds are AI generated, okay? AI generated crowds. So they purposely lower the resolution of the footage. Wait, sorry. خبر جدید حمله سپاه به کشتی بزرگ نفتکش در خلیج فارس. آره واقعا؟ اوکی بذار یه نگاهی بکنم. واقعا حمله شده دوباره؟ Oh my gosh. بذار یه چکی بکنم. Okay, we might have some breaking news. Let's see. Oh, okay. So one of our Iranian viewers is saying breaking news. The IRGC has attacked a large boat in the Persian Gulf. Wait, I'm getting some messages here. Let's see. Yes, okay, so yes, guys, so we have some breaking news. Wow. Okay, thank you. So where is this? So yeah. Look at this, guys. So Shin, about an hour ago, UK MTO has received report of an incident 8 nautical miles east of Lima, Oman. A tanker has reported being hit by an unknown projectile on the port side, causing a fire whilst traveling southbound. No casualties or environmental impact reported. Authorities are investigating. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to UK MTO. The Durkas can't help themselves, can they? It seems like, the Durkas, the jihadis, they're just like, they just, even during Khamenei'S funeral, they're still attacking ships in the Persian Gulf. Yeah, there you go. Let's see how the United States will respond to that. But yeah, so that's the latest breaking news. Literally. News broke about an hour ago. I'll see if I can find any more news about that. But that's pretty much it. So there you go. Okay, now let's go back to what we were talking about. So again, let me just remove the comments here. So this is the actual turnout. Okay, this is the actual turnout. It's high quality, so you can see like it's very sparsely attended, right? Very sparsely attended. This is what the Islamic regime shows, because they will deliberately reduce the resolution of the footage so that it's difficult to detect whether or not it's AI generated. But this is a very different image, isn't it, than this, right? I mean, look at this. Look at this. High quality, easy to detect, compared to this. Wouldn't you think that, I don't know, official footage coming from the Islamic regime would be high quality? There's a reason that this footage is low quality and blurred and distorted, because that makes it easier. That makes it more difficult for people to tell that this is AI generated. But we Iranians, we see through this nonsense because we've been dealing with this for 47 years, right? Look at this. Like, what is this? Oh yeah, okay, so let's going back to the speech. So this guy is like, so the Durka Jihadi, he's like, you know, we're going to, what does he say? Where is it? He's like, I swear by the blood of our dead Muslim pedophile dictator. He's like, I swear by the blood of our dead Muslim pedophile dictator, killing Trump is our duty. And then all the Durkas are like, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, Allah, right? Like, Allah is great, praise Allah, right? Like that's literally their death cult. Right? They're all like, Allahu Akbar, right? Like, Allah is great, praise be to Allah. Allah will help us murder President Trump. Welcome to their religion.
کسی که کشت امام مرا چرا نکشی که ننگ ماست اگر قاتل تو را نکشیم از این به بعد کفن جای جام بر تن ماست.
Good. I'm glad that your kafan is on you because that way, like, برو بمیر تو همون کفنتون. He's like, he repeats it again. He's like, I swear by your blood, right? So your blood is the blood of Khamenei, right? Like the dead Muslim pedophile. He's like, I swear by the blood of the dead Muslim pedophile Khamenei, killing Trump is our duty. That's literally what they're saying at Khamenei's funeral. And then all the Durkas are like, Allahu Akbar, praise be to Allah, killing Trump is our duty. Yeah, welcome to the religion of peace. Welcome to the religion of peace, guys.
قسم به خون تو قتل ترامپ گردن ماست.
Wild. Absolutely insane. Welcome to like the nightmare and the hell of the Islamic regime, right? Like that's literally what we've been dealing with. Anyways, oh, I see a few super chats. Let me go to the super chats really quick, and then I'll continue with a little bit more footage, and then I'm going to save the rest for tomorrow because we have a lot more. So Callie Fortune says, Jackson is a self-described conservative communist. Yep. A follower of Lyndon LaRouche, dead crazy person. IMO Jackson is now a traitor. I agree. Yeah. Guys, anyone who's a communist is a traitor to the United States because communism is antithetical to the United States and the core pillars of the United States. Remember, communism comes from the Soviets, from Russia. Communism was created to counter the ideology and ideals and values of the United States. Rod says they're courting ants, fleas, and flies as ancestors. Yes, they absolutely are. Steak and beans. Watch Metallica concert Moscow 91 to see 1 million people for the funeral. Don't have 1% of that. I agree. Yeah, guys, like me personally, I have literally attended concerts that have had more people in attendance than the funeral of Khamenei'S. So yeah, steak and beans, very good point. Go watch any concert, any festival or whatever. Yeah, like it's night and day the difference. Absolutely. That's a very, very good point. I can't share that footage because I would be copyright striked like that. Metallica is, they're very, very strict about those sorts of things. But for everyone watching, yeah, go look it up. Go look up Metallica concert, Moscow of 91 to see 1 million people for reference. And yeah, you're absolutely right. The funeral doesn't even have 1% of that. I 100% agree with you on that. And then Steak and Beans gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Okay. One more video, and this is going to be a teaser for what's to come tomorrow. Okay? This is the teaser for what's to come tomorrow. Oh, I can't play the song because it's copyright striked. So as much as I want to, I can't. I love this song, but I can't do it. So, okay, I'm going to remove the audio and let me make this big. And I'll add the circus music. So, Arokchi, you guys know who Arokchi is, right? So, Arokchi on the Boom Boom Mingo sheet, Arokchi is the foreign affairs minister, okay? That's this one here. So, Arokchi apparently posted an AI-generated video of people attending Khamenei'S funeral. And he's been caught in the act, and now everyone is calling him out. So apparently, Arokchi is claiming, right? Like he's claiming on his X account, this is the largest funeral in the history of the world. This number has never been seen before. The journey from warrior to martyr, right? So the foreign affairs minister is claiming the largest funeral in the history of the world. Yep, Zart, right? But you can easily tell, like, this is literally AI generated. This is all AI generated. This is literally AI generated. Like the signs, the flags, like it's not making any sense, right? So let me add the music and then we can enjoy this AI generated circus freak show together. And keep in mind, the foreign affairs minister, the guy that, the Durka that President Trump is claiming is reasonable, moderate, whatever, right? Oh, these people are open to peace with the United States. Okay. He's literally posting AI-generated videos claiming that this is the largest funeral in the history of the world. The history of the... Wow. This is actually insane because, guys, isn't this an insult to Khomeini Khabar Margish? Like, are they not claiming that this funeral is bigger than the original Muslim pedophile funeral from 1989? Do you remember, like, the Durka funeral from 1989? There was a lot of people attending that one because that was the height of Durka. That was the height of the Islamic regime, right? But now he's actually insulting the memory of their original Durka. He's insulting the memory of, like, the original founder of the Islamic regime by claiming that their number two has the biggest funeral in the history of the world. Oh my God. The cope is insane. And it's all like, this is all fake. This is literally AI generated. Like, the flags, guys, just looking at this flag, this does not make sense. Anyways, let's watch and enjoy the concert. Here we go. What is this? That's not even a thing. Okay, okay, guys, I actually hadn't seen this one. This is even wilder, guys. This is even crazier. Okay, pause. Where's the pause? Guys, this video is even crazier. Like, I knew that this was AI. I didn't think it would be this bad. Okay, so first of all, like, this makes no sense, okay? Just random trees in the middle of nowhere, and then the way that these flags are being held, yeah, like pure AI. Okay, this is pure AI right here. And then let's go a little bit forward. What's the next part? Okay, so again, oh, of course, like, you know, this jihadi, right? Like this jihadi, she's like, millions upon millions of Iranians are turning up to Khamenei'S funeral. Some estimate 20 million. They expect you to believe the Iranian government is unpopular, right? Literally, like, how is this even a thing? Okay, like, if we're looking at scaling here, this makes no sense. Like, if the people are ant-sized, how the heck is this poster so big? Like, no, do you see what I'm talking about? Like, let me take a screenshot and I'll zoom in for you guys. Like, just this right here, okay? Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Let me add this to the screen. Because this makes no sense. Like, how is that even a thing? And then a lot of people are believing it for some reason. This is what's wild to me. Like, guys, this isn't Gaza, okay? I know that the Palestinians, they thrive off of like AI garbage, and they're like, oh, Israel murdered like 10 million pregnant babies, or, you know, that were journalists, or, you know, whatever. Like, I don't, you know, like, that's what the Palestinians do. But then these Durkas assume that they can pull off the same sort of like jihadi garbage with Iran and Iranians, right? Meanwhile, real Iranians were like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad are you talking about, right? It's always the non-Iranians, right? It's always the non-Iranians, like this Durka from, you know, obviously Syria, right? Like this inbred jihadi Arab. She's like, oh, 20 million people. What, like, what, in like Muslim math or something? I don't know. But look at this. Look at this. So this is like, I zoomed in here, okay? So this is, you know, I took a screenshot of this part here so you guys can see. Like, what is this? How, like, so I'm going to go back to the original video, but this isn't even like proper. Like, I don't even know what this says. Rahbar, I think it's supposed to say Rahbar Shahidam, but there's like an extra dot, okay? There's an extra dot. So you see like the one dot at the I don't know, anyways, like, it's, let me go back to the video, because the video I can like share with you guys. So in the video, there's like one dot there. Okay, there's one dot there, and then there's another dot there. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about the second word and the dots on it. Okay, so going back here, this is supposed to be, I guess it's supposed to be Rahbar Shahidam, which is supposed to say like our martyred leader, except there's only one dot. Okay, So this letter actually doesn't exist because there's no like this. So this is like the dot thingy. That's supposed to be 3 dots. Okay, 3 dots. There's only 1 dot. So that right there, that's a letter that literally does not exist in Persian or Arabic or anywhere. And then they have like an extra dot over here, which I don't know what that dot is supposed to symbolize, because in the word shahidam, you would have the 3 dots at the beginning of the word, right? So this is what I'm talking about. Let me write it out for you guys. Okay. Here we go. So, let me zoom in. Right? Like, guys, this is why, like, this is why we Iranians, like, we smell this BS like a mile away, okay? So, this is what this is what the poster is supposed to say, okay? Rahbar Shahidam, okay? So, the first word means, like, leader, and then the second part is, like, martyred, okay? So, this is what I mean. You see this letter here? Wait, let me zoom in if I can. Can I zoom in more? Oh, I can. Oh, perfect. Okay. There we go. So you see this. So this is basically the letter sh. So sh. Okay, so this represents the sound sh. Sh. For, in Persian, it's basically 1 letter, and it's like this little squiggly thing with like 2 teeth, and it's got 3 dots on top of it, okay? That's it. There are no other dots on top. So compare this word, like just compare the first part, okay? You got the 3 dots with the little 3 teeth, okay? Let's go back to the AI generated image, which is here. Okay? You can see here that there are no 3 dots. There's just like this one giant blob on top, okay? Very blurry quality. So this letter literally does not exist, because going back to the original, okay? That's what the letter is supposed to look like. There's literally no other letter in Persian where you have 3 dots with like a big blob on top of it. It doesn't exist. And then you see the next letter. So this one here, this one here. So this is the first letter, okay? And then this is the second letter. And this is basically the letter H. Okay? So this is H. Going back to the Durka, they literally the AI messes up the letter H, and instead of actually doing an H, it looks like a dot on top and a dot on the bottom. Okay? And then the rest is just weird. But this is how you can tell that this is AI generated, because it's low quality, right? Like the whole thing is super low quality, and they're not even using the proper letter. But on top of that, like how big is this sign? Like, just look at the scaling. Even the scaling doesn't make sense, okay? Wait, where's the original video? Here we go. Like, guys, the scaling doesn't even make sense, okay? Look at this. If this is the video, like literally someone just like, it's almost like they just photoshopped this giant massive banner just on top of a bunch of people. Like, how does that even work? Right? So that's how you know it's AI. Like the Durkas that engage in Bollywood, they're now literally posting AI generated footage. And like, here's another one here. Like, how is this just like randomly standing up, right? If you look at the scaling, yeah, exactly, right? Like Gandalf, if you look at the scaling, if anything, like based on the scaling, this looks like it's like a 10, like a 5-story apartment building or something, right? Given the size of the people. How can people hold up a poster so straight up that is like as high as like a 5-story building? It makes zero sense, right? I mean, we Iranians see this. Like we can spot this Durka Jihad Takia a mile away. But I'm sharing this with you guys because I know many of you were like, were there actually 20,000 people there or 20 million people there? Here's the answer. So there's this, and then let's continue. And then what is this? Again, look at how these signs are just randomly there. And then again, the letter is completely wrong. This one's even more clear. Because it's got like the three, like it's got like the little teeth, but it doesn't have the 3 dots on top. Remember, this is what we're looking for. Where is it? Right? This is what we're looking for. The little, like the little scoop thingy within the 3 dots on top, okay? That's the proper letter. But all the Durkas are like, oh, look at the millions of people attending, right? And then they're like, praise be to Allah, look at all the millions of people attending. And it's literally AI generated. Like, this is like the fakest thing I've ever seen. Also, why is it that, like, what happened to the rest of the city? Like, how does the city just fade into the mist? Let me show you something, guys. Like what? Like they ran out of pixels or something? Did they run out of pixels? Like what? Why does this just like fade into why does this just like fade into the, background? You know what? I've never actually looked this up, but now I'm doing this for you guys. I'm doing this for you guys. Look at this. Let me show you the place of like where these people are supposedly at, okay? So this is the where they are, okay? This is where all the Durkas are gathering. How do I change the layout here? Layers. Okay, here we go. Look, I can't believe I'm doing this. Guys, I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you guys. So, this is like the Hosseiniya or whatever. I don't know. I'm assuming that's where they are. If there's somewhere different, like, let me know. But this is like supposedly where they are. Unless I'm wrong. But look at this. Look at this image. Like, this AI generated image is literally just like fading into the background, right? Like, how obvious is it that this is AI generated? This is what the Durkas are sharing, and this is what the mainstream media is propagating. They're like, oh, look, 20 million Iranians. Really? They literally have to make AI generated footage. Okay, let's continue. And then they say this is the original source. It's this account on Instagram which has admitted to using AI. So this footage that you're seeing was created by an Instagram account that has admitted to using AI to create videos. And the scary part is that it has like 103,000 likes, right? 103,000 Durkas liked this AI generated video. Okay. And then what's even wilder is this AI generated video that Adalchi and all these like non-Iranian Durkas are sharing. It was posted 3 days ago before the funeral even began. Okay. There you go. Like, that's how insane it is. Like, that's how low IQ these people are. Right? And then, like, what is this? They made this AI generated footage, but they forgot to add in the buildings. Like, guys, this is not a thing. This does not exist. Okay? Like, where are the buildings? Where are the buildings here? Like, what is this? Like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad are we looking at right now? Like, guys, this is not a thing. What is this? Right? Like, it's so obvious that this is AI. And yet people are sharing this and claiming, oh, look, it's like 20 million people. Like, what is it? It's wild. And then, like, you know, by the way, like, you ever see an account like this, they're usually from like Pakistan. Look at this, Mr. Imran PK. Okay, I guarantee you, this person, Pakistan, right? Imran, Pakistani name, and then PK stands for Pakistan. So all the Pakistani Durkas are literally sharing AI generated fake footage of the funeral of, you know, the dead Muslim pedophile that all the Pakistanis worship. And this is like 19,000 likes. 19,000 likes for this AI generated footage. Guys, there's not, like, was the funeral held in like the desert? Was it held in a farmer's field? I don't know. Because this makes no sense. Where are the buildings? Where are the roads? Where's the infrastructure? Right? But all the Durkas are sharing this and they're like, praise be to Allah. Most attended funeral in the history of the world, right? Like, it's crazy. And then people are buying it. Like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad is happening? Like, what is this? How can anyone look at this and think that this is real? Where are the buildings? Again, another one. What is this? This is fully AI generated. This makes no sense. That's Shahia Tower. Okay, let me show you what this street actually looks like, okay? Okay, let me show you what this actually looks like. Like, it's wild. It's wild, okay? So, this is the tower, okay? This is the tower here. And then this is the road leading to the tower, okay? So it's basically a two-lane road, okay? Two-lane road to Shahia Tower, okay? And then you see a whole bunch of buildings and stuff, right? So this is a pretty narrow road, okay? Narrow road. This is what the Durkas are sharing, and they're like, praise be to Allah. 20 billion people showed up. What is this? How does this even make any sense? How could they have a poster in the middle where the median is supposed to be, right? Right, guys? Look at this. So the road is literally separated in half by like a what do you call it? A meridian or a boulevard or whatever, right? Like, they literally have something that is like blocking or separating the two roads. Okay? And yet, look at this. This guy named, I don't know who he is, George Galloway or whatever, A ground invasion of Iran, you say, Mr. President? Go ahead, make my day. Like, literally, like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad is happening right now? And why in the Allahu Akbar jihad are a bunch of, like, idiotic Americans, sorry to, regular Americans, but, we're now dealing with American Durkas here. Why are these American Durkas literally sharing AI generated images of, this so-called funeral procession, and then they're literally attacking President Trump, right? Guys, this is what I mean. When I say that Durka is not an ethnicity or a language or a race, this is what I'm talking about, because you Americans, you also have Durkas. And here is one of your Durkas, right? Americans, British, I don't know, wherever he's from. Maybe he's from the UK. But anyways, like, English people, English speaking people, you have your own Durkas too, right? So Durka, again, Durka is not a language. It's not necessarily a religion. It's not an ethnicity. It's not a country, because Durkas, it's an ideology and exists everywhere. So, oh, he's British or Scottish or something. Oh my gosh. I love how everyone's trying to, like, throw him on someone else, right? Everyone's like, no, he's not this. It's probably this. Anyway, here you have a Durka, literally a Durka, this, garbage Durka sharing an AI generated image, right? Meanwhile, like, if anyone just bothered to do, like, a Google Maps search of what that road looks like, they would see right away that that image is literally, like, it's physically impossible. It's physically impossible, okay? But there you go. The Durkas are literally sharing this stuff. Wild. Absolutely wild. And, like, none of this stuff even matches with the map, right? Like, none of it matches. Because if you look here, there are no trees. There's like literally no trees here. It's all buildings. So on the left side, there's no trees. It's just buildings and stuff, right? Maybe like one or two trees, but it's all buildings. But then what he's showing here is literally, it's like, oh, look at all this, like, rows of trees. And do you see again how it all, like, the background just, like, fades into nothing? Because that's where the AI ends, right? Like, they run out of pixels. So Eric is asking, so the numbers are fake? Yes, 100% the numbers are fake. Absolutely. I've attended rock concerts where more people have attended, okay? I've literally attended Red Hot Chili Peppers concerts where there was like 50,000, 60,000, 70,000 people in attendance. Yeah. There have been rock concerts. The vast majority of rock concerts and festivals are way more well attended than this Durka nonsense. This is literally AI. Now, they're going to come up with the actual numbers here. Let's go through this and I'll share it with you. So again, like, it's just total fake, right? Oh, and then here you go. AI incorrectly spelled words in Persian. So I told you guys, right? Like, this doesn't even make anything. Rahit shod, right? Like, this, guys, this is like, this is not a word. This is not a phrase. This is AI. This is AI just making up random words, right? You know how, like, a few years ago, AI, you would ask AI to generate like an image, and then it would just have like random English where, like, it's like fake letters, or it's just a bunch of random letters together where it doesn't actually say anything. That's this. Like, this is nothing. Like, this is like the letters are there, but this is not a word. This is not a phrase, right? This is just like just putting random letters together. So yeah, right? Again, so this is this image, right? So this is the image that this George Galloway shared, and he's like, oh, look at the army. Look at the army of Iranians who support the dead Muslim pedophile dictator, right? Meanwhile, within the very image, not only is the whole thing fake, but this here, that's not even a real word. That means nothing. It's AI generated. Okay? Right? This is totally fake. And then look at the people. Like, you can't even tell the people. This is not, like, this is literally, like, people, the Durkas are literally sharing AI generated images. Okay? This is the reality. So I've shared this before, but here you go. Do you see this up here? Yeah. Sparsely populated, right? Do you see all the gaps in the crowd? This is the reality. And you can tell this is real because these images are high quality and they're not blurry, right? Like, you can tell, you can very clearly see the people. Like, compare these images to this. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, how is this real? Right? But this is the reality, okay? This is a reality. Now, if we continue, this is a reality. Again, this is a real image, right? So do you see how sparsely populated it is? Like, you know, literally, look at all the empty spaces here. Look at all the empty spaces. And this is, guys, remember, keep in mind, this is despite the Islamic regime making best efforts to import all their Durkas from around the world. Now, the maximum estimated crowd size for this funeral, okay, was 23 to 24,000. That's it. 23 to 24,000. You know what? Let's be generous. Let's say 25,000 people. Now, keep in mind, half of the 25,000 people who showed up are not even Iranian. And I shared footage and videos from earlier in the live stream. You have Durkas from third world countries in Africa. You have like Durkas from third world countries in like Asia, you know, Bangladesh, Pakistan, like the northern part of India. You have Afghanistan, you have Iraq, you have like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Nigeria, like all these like, you know, I don't know, Iraq, occupied Lebanon, Gaza, Syria, you know, wherever, right? Afghanistan, all these places. And yet they were only able to get a crowd of 25,000. Now let's assume that half of the crowd size is Iran. You know what? Let's assume that the 25,000 people who attended Khamenei's funeral are Iranian, okay? Do you know what percent? So assuming that 25,000 people showed up to the funeral of Khamenei. Okay, let's say assuming 25,000 Iranians showed up to Khamenei's funeral. The population of Iranians is 90 million. Do you know what percentage that is? Do you know what percentage that is? 0.02777778 showed up. Okay, 0.0. You know what? Let's be generous. Let's round it up. 0.03% of the Iranian population showed up to the funeral of the dead supreme dictator. Kind of puts it in perspective, doesn't it? right? And by the way, that's assuming that all 25,000 were Iranian. I'm being generous, right? Like the number of Iranians who attended is much less. And I know that Islamic regime supporters are protesting the funeral. I also know what Iranians were doing instead of attending the funeral. But I wanted to focus tonight's live stream on the numbers because I know many of you are wondering, well, how many people did actually attend? Was it 20 million? Do Iranians actually support the Islamic regime? What's going on? And I'm here to tell you, absolutely not. I warned you about this last week. This is all part of the Islamic regime's propaganda. Because remember, if their lips are moving, they're lying. And right now, they are coping very, very hard, right? Because they're trying to turn the execution of their supreme dictator into a positive thing, into a good thing. And yet they can't. Because how can you justify or how can you turn the execution, assassination, extermination of your jihadi dictator into a positive thing? So there you go. Let's say 25,000 people. You know what? Let's be generous. Let's assume it was 100,000. Okay, let's assume it was 100,000. Just, you know what? Just to be on the safe side. Do you know what percentage 100,000 is? Yeah. Do you know what the percentage of 100,000 is? Let's say 100,000 Iranians. Again, that's not the number. The number is 23 or 24,000. But let's be generous. Let's just say 100,000 people, for the sake of argument, showed up. Even if 100,000 people showed up, that's only 0.1% of the population. 0.1%. And that's assuming that it was actually that many, because it wasn't, right? It wasn't that many. It was 25,000 maximum. And half of them weren't even Iranian. Now, I do have something that I want to share before I end tonight's live stream. And we're going to talk about this more tomorrow because I've been going for quite a while. And I do have to call it a night. But I want to leave you guys on a positive note. Okay? Where is it? I had the video somewhere. Okay. Wait. Let me see if I can find it. I know I just had it here somewhere. Where was it? I can't find it right now, guys. I'm so sorry. But I do want to say that while all of this was happening, Iranians, real Iranians, were actually celebrating Khamenei's funeral. Not only in occupied Iran, but all around the world. And that began on July 4th. So I will have a lot more footage for you tomorrow. But I'm going to leave you with this because this number is really important. And you cannot rely on the mainstream media because they're not Iran experts. They don't know what's going on. They don't understand how the regime operates. They don't understand how the Islamic regime lies, right? Because they assume that the Islamic regime follows the same journalistic standards that they do, but they literally don't. It's a totalitarian, authoritarian dictatorship. So I'll leave you with that, but I have a lot more footage to share tomorrow. So wherever you are, make sure that, you like, you subscribe, you turn on your notifications, and we're going to continue this coverage tomorrow. And like I said, we're just getting started with this clown freak show. That's the funeral of the supreme dead dictator, Ali Khamenei. So until tomorrow, I just want to say, I'm Israel Chai. God bless America, Javid Shah, and Payanda Iran. This has been Iran Revolution Live. I'm Goldie Ghamari, and now you know. See you guys tomorrow.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه‌گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. بابا شرافت ایرانی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.